Okie dokie, artichoke, we're here. Oh my goodness, we made it. I'm alive. Hey! Hey guys, hello scholars and everyone that's tuning in, lurking, listening. How are you doing? How are we doing out there? I want to do a bit of an audio check. Hope everything isn't too loud. Hope you guys can hear me just fine. Got some music to prop us up, get us in the mood to talk about some books. Yeah. Hello, welcome in. Hi Atlee, hey Lay. Got Nimby here. Got some folks gonna trickle in, I'm sure. Looks like everything is set and we can get started. So maybe we can do a quick check-in. I know we had a very, I felt like a heartfelt, thoughtful discussion stream together yesterday. It ended in such a way where it could have been a little bit better. It was still fine. Honestly, I did make some mistakes, and I just want to clarify that my brain works in some weird ways, and I will continue to acknowledge when I make mistakes, and I value the community's input. You're allowed to correct me. I will humbly receive, as long as it's within means, right? Like, maybe I mispronounced a word. That happens. Maybe I can be geographically challenged. I always need to look at a map. And other times I do get words mixed up. Yeah, talk about being human. So yeah, I guess acknowledging that and, taking it for what it is, mistakes. So yeah, I guess I won't get into oh no. Okay, hold on. We could break this down. The being human disclaimer. But low key though, for real. In this current state that I'm in. So I wanted to acknowledge that yes, these slip-ups will happen, and y'all can facepalm. Maybe I'll get canceled one of these days, but yeah, yikes, right? It's a lot going on. Hey, what's good? Trey, what's good? So good to see you. I was just acknowledging the humanity of just people, myself included. That's the opening topic, I suppose. Yeah, so we, it was really good. I did want to do a quick check-in, not anything too crazy. How was everyone's day? It is a Friday. Yeah, it's a Friday. Well, so the reason why I think about why it's Friday, because some people, depending on where you're at in different parts of the world, it could be Monday, right? So I welcome the international mix and mingling, which is really cool. The connectedness, the connections of the internet have brought many people from around the world, which is cool. No, oh my god, no, jokes, no, I don't think I'm gonna get canceled yet. Hopefully. Oh my god, I just got, no, I did it again. I'm in Saturday. I'm just gonna stop. Saturday. I need a moment. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you no? Do you see what I'm saying? I just got started. I'm time warping. I swear, I've written this quirk into my lore. That's how bad it is. Like, that's how integrated into. I meant that because it's Friday, and then time zones. Some places gonna be Saturday. Why did I say Monday? See, there's no excuse. I don't know. I'm just gonna sit with it. Okay. Yes, peak entertainment, yeah. So anyways, this is an ongoing thing. If you can tolerate it, if you can stomach this level of Poe brain, then you're in the right space. If you're thinking, oh my god, I'm gonna lose all my marbles from this person, I would reconsider. I would seek a therapist. I would find ways to remedy. I am in the future. So okay, the check-in. Wow, it just, yeah, so okay, well that works out. The check-in is, how has your Friday been? For those of you who are in a different time zone, timeline, whatever. How is your Saturday? How is your weekend? Any plans for the weekend, in fact? Okay, yeah, that's really, you know, that's actually very, that's a lot of grace. Hearing that, saying that, like, hey, you know, you're human. It's Lettuce Gremlin, hello! You missed the biggest derp slash blooper of all times, unless you were here the whole time, in which case you probably got the blooper. Productive in this timeline. Okay, all right, we like productivity, sure, yeah. We're gonna touch on some topics related to rest, self-care, what that looks like, what that can look like for different people, and productivity in its basic form. Oh, you just got here. Okay, good. So I don't know if I want to recap the shenanigans, but I literally put a disclaimer like I sometimes do. I had this feeling like something is just kind of off about me right now, so I'm just gonna put it out there. Just feeling it out, and knowing my state of mind right now. Yeah, the disclaimer was words are gonna be mixed up, words are hard sometimes, nervous system kind of does some weird funny things, and words do not align with the brain, and the brain thinks one thing, the word says something else, and you're just like, wait, what did I say? Yeah. And so forgiveness, grace is very important, especially of a mild, such is the mild situation, the inconsequentialness of my derps. I hope, yeah. Neutral, okay. No, okay, yeah. Okay, didn't get voided, good. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, I guess it's a common thing. So I want to encourage everyone to, if they feel inclined, if this is something that you're like, yo, Poe, did you just say that? You're welcome to correct me. Sometimes my memory is like really bad these days. We're working on that. Sometimes I'll say something 2 seconds later, I'll be like, what did I just say? That's how bad it is. Don't know, I'm still figuring that out. That's on me, right? So feel free to call it out, call it in, say, hey, you know, that's inaccurate information, or according to this, or you know, like we can have that discourse. Not the end of the world, right? For sure. Yeah, there's still a lot of things going on with the storm that's going around, wreaking havoc. Oh, oof, that's unfortunate. Yeah, weather. I'm telling you, the weather be affecting us in all kinds of ways. The inconvenience of Mother Nature that we have to live with. Yes. So a personal check-in for me. Today I had a appointment with my amazing chiropractor, and this is where the holistic health and resources that might not be like, you know, super straightforward comes into play in terms of integrating holistic care and alternative modalities that are constructive and not abused, obviously, right? There's a lot to unpack there, but just gonna leave that there for now. Oh, it has nothing to do with the storm. Oh, interesting. Oh, got it. Okay, so that's just different. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Okay, I thought it was impacted because of the continuous like weather and storm, and I was like, huh. Hi, welcome in. Everyone's here. Yay! Panda's here. Welcome. We got Aunt Lee. We got Trey. We got Lettuce Gremlin, and we got Lay and some folks tuning in. We are, and you know, I'm I'm not gonna recap it, but Panda, if you want to watch like the first 10 minutes of this video, like, oh my gosh, this VOD, peak potato brain at its finest. It's like there was something in me that just knew that I was gonna slip up, and then a second later I done slipped up. But we don't talk about Monday. We don't talk about Monday here, okay? It's Friday, Saturday. The curse of the community time. Yeah, that's interesting too. Oh yeah, see, everyone is just being pummeled by Mother Nature at this point. Yeah, these are the same landlords. Who do? Oh my goodness, that is so intense. Yeah, that is a lot. Not gonna lie, that should be like a community effort, right? Like a responsibility. I don't know. There's got to be like some kind of agreement though, right? Like who does what, but no, there's certain responsibilities that are kind of like there. Like if something breaks, landlord's got to fix it, because landlord, you know. That is, yeah, that's pretty wild. That is really frustrating and unfortunate, but like I hope you're able to, you know, adapt, you know, because it's cold, right? So you want like the heater, was it? It was the broken, oh no, water. It was the water. That's even more important, actually. Jeez. Okay. Yeah. That's terrible. It's your, yeah. Oh, that is so unsettling. That is very unsettling. Yeah, it's a lot, you know, when we put a lot of trust in like our, you know, I don't know what you want to call this. I mean, is your landlord part of your community? Yes, because they're, you know, like this is all kind of like a communal like agreement and everything. And when communication breaks down, when actions are not met with like the respect and upholding the you know, promises and everything, it's very frustrating. It's stress. It's stress. Actually, that is a form of stress. Right? Yeah. Oh no, oh my god, everyone's going through it. Oh no. Hopefully this discussion tonight will help find ways for everyone to just not avoid, right? Not dismiss the fact that this is our reality, because it is a problem. It's a stressor. We acknowledge how the stressor affects our mind, body, and overall well-being, how it affects and impacts our nervous system and our daily life, like living. For sure. Wow. They weren't that good, but they were a little better. It's like the lesser of the evil. Not the best, but still. Oh, okay, you're gonna lurk for a bit. No worries. Enjoy dinner. We love dinner. I did have some chicken veggie quesadilla, and I was able to snack on some pickles that I've had for a while that I need to finish. It's like a little bucket of, like, you know, pickles that are sliced, and yeah, they're like dill pickles, and I'm like, oh, I need to finish these. I also have some tea. Once again, I'm staying hydrated and warm with my what is this? This citron honey tea. It's pretty good. Okay, I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to help me. What is Fugo? I'm so out of it. I need to know. I gotta look this up. What? Is this lingo? Am I missing out? Oh, it's fire. Okay, that's all I need to know. Yeah, I'm looking up. It means different things, but it looks pretty good. So I'm gonna just take that as it's pretty good. So, hey, let's go. Yeah, there's this restaurant that makes homemade pickles, and it's technically all you can eat. Just like, they do recommend that you don't waste the pickles. It's super like aesthetic to the restaurant. It's in a barrel. Yeah, it's these homemade pickles are in a barrel. It's like the best, hands down. I love going there. I haven't been there in a very long time, this restaurant. But it's so good. I love it. What? native tongue. It's so important. Yeah, and we were talking about languages towards the tail end of yesterday's stream, and I think it's amazing that y'all have, you know, bilingual. Pretty cool. We're working on the trilingual, and hence why it's gonna make some brain wires, neurons kind of go in weird ways. I remember one time I was trying to learn 2 languages at the same time. The worst decision of my life, personally. If you can handle it, great. My ambitious polyglot brain at the time thought I can handle it. No, my English tanked. I had to actually stop all language learning because I'm like, my English has just gotten, like, my English was just, like, my English is bad now still, but like, it was so bad. I was talking, I don't know what I was talking. I was starting to talk in the grammar of the other language in English, and I sounded really, really confused. If I sound confused now, I was more confused then. So, but I'm reattempting this time just learning one language, which, as you guys know, I'm learning Japanese. So hopefully we'll have some streams where we can talk about learning some Japanese together, some phrases, some little notes here and there. About the writing system, a little bit of like facts that I didn't know actually that I recently learned. I was like, oh, I didn't know that katakana was used to support kanji, and then hiragana is like the youngest of all 3 of the languages, you know, stuff like that. Oh, and then like verbs. So most recently we're learning about verbs, and the first time I took Japanese, I didn't know that there were dictionary verbs, and then there's the mas verbs, the M-A-S-U, right? The polite, and we're learning it backwards or in reverse because we're adults. Whereas as a kid, you learn you learn the verbs as through the dictionary, right? But then you don't want to sound like a kid as an adult, so then you have to learn it backwards. You have to learn the polite form first so that you can integrate into society. But anyways, okay, more on that in a future stream. But just wanted to lay that out there. Yeah, I literally felt it in my brain. I was like, yo. And you know what? 4 hours of sleep is not helping me. I recognize I'm in sleep debt, but hey, fam, you know what's really good? I was able to get about 7 hours of sleep. I'm noticing that my quality of sleep is not as, like, when I wake up, I don't feel refreshed. So that's something that we should work on, you know, or be aware of personally, myself, and maybe if anyone out there is also struggling. Yeah, the insomnia started like late January, actually. I was like sleeping just fine. I was like really good, and then just, you know, life happens, body reacts. We're all not immune to this, not trying to escape this, trying to recognize it, trying to heal, trying to acknowledge, trying to pivot, right? Yeah, 食べます。食べて、食べる。はい、食べました。Right? 食べました is like ate before, like past tense, present tense, and then there's the negative. So there's the past negative and present negative, right? Like I did not eat, I did eat, I ate, I did not eat yet. Fun. But yeah, it's really cool. I'm very like sensitive to like how things affect me, and it shows up, like especially when I was like learning the 2 languages, and then my English just went weird, and I'm like, I just gotta stop for a few months and wait for my brain to catch up. So we're good. I don't know, is that like too, I hope that makes sense to some of you who might have this experience, or at least know of it, or something. Because sometimes I learn about things and then I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna use this. I don't know if it's ever gonna come up. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. So, and then later it does come up in one form or another, and I'm like, oh, that's what they meant when they said this happens in the body and the mind and interactions, and you know, you just kind of piece it together. Oh no, yeah, for sure. Baseline for me, as long as you can communicate your idea, I'm fine, right? I think it only gets more strict and more important when you're like writing a book, right? You want typos and grammatical sentence, I think everything grammatically correct, so it reads well, and yeah. So speaking of books, it has been quite I always feel like things backfire. I want it to be like a short check-in. I want it to be a short stream, and then it's always the opposite. I need to get a handle on this. I need to do some like reverse psychology. It's gonna be a really long stream, guys. It's gonna be a really long check-in, and then I'm gonna have to play around with that, some like reverse psychology. But yeah, so that's a really good check-in. I'm glad you guys can share some of your struggles, and like I hear you guys. I hear that it's not easy navigating like life when you're kind of counting on other people, right? Like your landlord, for example, or like an organization or facility or something outside of you to do something. And sometimes if we have to focus and bring it back to ourselves, what can we do? What can I do in this moment? Because while we don't have control over the landlord, darn them, while we don't have control of, politics and the government and schools and learning, what can I do to fill in the gap as much as possible? And within my own means, within reason, right? Yeah, for sure. Giving grace to ourselves, giving us permission to like accept like this is where I'm at, and like we need to not be hard on ourselves, because that doesn't make it better. It can and most likely does make it worse in the long run. Maybe in the beginning, like when you're really young, you can kind of like Red Bull or energy drink and stay up and cram for the midterm, but then you don't learn the skills of time management, right? You don't learn the skills that it's like building the foundation for later, right? So like, yeah, you can do that now, but then like, what about later? When you actually have deadlines or important things to need to account for. And so you have to at some point develop a system for yourself to counter or anticipate yourself. Like if you're forgetful, what can we do so that we can, like, what can present you do to help future you, right? Because yourself. If you have that level of self-awareness and accountability and responsibility to save yourself, save your future self from the hassle of your present self. And how can we as a community set like boundaries and reminders to help facilitate your well-being? Of course, you can't rely on a community all the time, but it's a space that enables your well-being and your development and helping you navigate yourself and your life and things that are important to you. Spanish poems, love that. That sounds so cool. There's a book that I have. It's by various writers, some Spanish, some Black. It's BIPOC, so Black, Indigenous, people of color. I think it's called Poems of Resistance. It's on my shelf. We might need another day for poems. The problem with that is I'm so anxious that I'll mispronounce something and I'll just butcher the language because, I'm Po, and as you've seen, I have made Saturday Monday, and I am not okay with that. That was earlier. And then last stream, my brain just derped. And I try to explain my thought process, not to excuse my derp, it's just that's like my brain. But yeah, I acknowledge words, brain, communication. Okay, cool. Thank you. Personal check-in just for your knowledge. This is just for your knowledge. I had a chiropractic appointment today, part of holistic health, and some people don't believe in chiropractic. They don't, they call them all kinds of names. They resort to name calling, and hey, that's you. That's fine. You might not have had a good experience, but in my experience, it's been very helpful. Other people have told me they have had some benefits with chiropractors. Others have not. I've heard a lot of good things. I've heard a lot of like, oh, it does nothing. Hey, that's fine, right? Like, every body is different. So I had a really, really good session. I will say that after the session, I was really tired. It makes sense. This is not new. So a lot of work has been done towards healing. It was really phenomenal to see the shifts happening in real time. The nausea is going away. Thank God. Like, oh my God, like the nausea is subsiding. That was the problem last week, and that was an ongoing problem since my last, the one before today, the adjustment. So there's a lot I can talk about that. I will spare you guys because that's not what you guys came here for. It's for the book. So I'm sorry. This is the longest check-in I have ever done, if not longer. But so I just want you to know that Po is a little more baked baked potatoes. I'm a little more baked than I want to be today, but that's okay. We're gonna take it easy. We're gonna do our best, and we're gonna try to figure this out. We're gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be all right. Yeah? Okay. So I want to ask y'all, how many of you, and be completely honest, it's totally cool. It's not a crazy, you know, it's not a hard deadline. There's no quiz. There's no pop quiz yet. There's no pop quiz. Did anyone check out the book? Did anyone, you know, happen to say, hey, you know, I remember I was anticipating today's stream. I went to the library, checked it out. I looked it up on Google. I went to some, I don't know, website that has a free copy of it. I got a PDF. Did anyone check out this book? Inner Workout by Taylor Elyse Morrison. Did anyone possibly order a copy? Preferably not on Amazon. There's other alternatives and websites. No worries. That's okay. We're good. It's all good. Cool. No, that makes it more exciting for me. No offense. I do low-key feel like I have a purpose in life when I can share something that, you know, you haven't, you know, looked into. So that's fine. No worries. All good. I'm gonna do my best to just kind of give you guys like a taste of it, like a little sampler, and then, you know, take bits and pieces. I did want to play, I recently came up with this little game. I don't know if it already exists, but it's I'm calling it reading roulette. They like us ignorant. No. I brought it up. It's also because everyone has different lives. Everyone has different things that they need to do, so totally understand. I just wanted to know, like, if someone already knows a lot about it, and then I would feel like, oh, okay, someone's like really knows their stuff, and I'd have to be, you know, because I actually haven't completely, like, I know book clubs are usually like you come to the book club and you've already read it and it's time for pure discussion, but I didn't want it to be like that. But I know that the understanding is usually book clubs are like, oh, everyone's read the book, or to some extent read a good chunk of the book. And I have this book and I've only read like bits and pieces because I'm like cherry picking the things that I like and want, as opposed to reading it front to cover. But it's not really a novel either. It's more of like a resource, right? So you can kind of jump around, is how I feel. No worries. And I also remember, Lettuce, that you have a lot of books. You have a lot of books that you're trying to get through, and I admire that. I really do. I think that's so cool. It makes me feel less bad about myself because I'm over here like, am I the only one that's just like has like a stack of books, looks at it, and is like nodding, and then looks away because I'm like, I don't know where to begin. So Sudoku, right? Like the whole collecting books. It is a goal of mine. But yeah, if you get to it, cool. If you happen across it someday and you're like, hey, I remember this book, cool. If not, you know, no pressure. But so I have the book with me, and in one of our previous streams, I did kind of read the introduction. I went over the table of contents. We can go ahead and do it here today. And it is a really fun book. I love the size of the book is so cute. The cover is so cute. Hold on, let me see if I can actually pull up the let me see if I can, whoa, there's the book. Actually I don't have, oh shoot, I don't have the image. I don't have the image just by itself. That was what I forgot. Wonder if I could just pull that up really quick, because I really want to. I have like 3 slides, like 3 little bits of information I just want to tap into really quick visually. Finished and not started books. That's pretty interesting. I have a stack of books. I don't have a box. I should keep it in a box so it's nice and neat and separate them, but that's even more organized than me, so let me. Now I'm kind of bummed out. Wow, I see, yeah, that's okay. I'll go ahead and we're gonna just shift over. I'm gonna do the thing where I change the background because I personally really like this. I like this background. I like this one. I don't know why. It's warm. It's cozy. It's simple, and it highlights what I want. So I'm gonna scoot over here. I'm gonna be with you guys over here in the chat. Hi. And then we're going to ta-da, la-di-da, finally, after 30 minutes of yammering and yapping. So yeah, we are I am showcasing this amazing author. I love her book. You know what's really funny? I checked out this book from the library before even thinking about Black History Month. It's just like I said, a lot of things just kind of happened and a lot of seeds were planted in my brain, and suddenly I just like put all the pieces together, like all these missing pieces, and then I just kind of like, I was like, oh, you know, I have this book. I have all this like information, and I should do something with it while it's, you know, still February. Like, why not, right? Like, yeah, be resourceful. So I got this book, and I checked out bits and pieces of it, just sections here and there. I really like it. I really like the tone. Like I said, I really love how it's designed. It's so cool. Like, there's this part where you just open it and it just says part 1, but it's like really graphic designy and very colorful and it reads like a magazine. It reads like an editorial. I love that there's like slightly different font colors, font shapes, and font sizes to emphasize certain parts. It breaks down the information into parts, which I personally really like about this book. I like that the pages are like the page numbers are not in the corner like where you expect them to be. They're close to the spine. At first I thought that was kind of inconvenient, but then I thought about it. I was like, this is actually very aesthetic and designy, very aesthetic. I like it. I was like, so I got used to it. So now I know to look closer to the spine for the page numbers. It's a little different. It makes you think different. The design is just really cool. There's some graphs. Like there's like this little circle, and it says you, and then like there's a circle that so the circle that says you, it's within a bigger circle that says communities, and within that it's within a bigger circle called your context, and within that social society and culture, and then it's in the biggest circle that encompasses all of these little circles, the natural world. Yeah, it's very different. I can appreciate the numbers like in the design like this from a purely design and aesthetic perspective, but it's different. That's all I'm gonna say. I like it, but it's just different. So I can appreciate that. And yeah, there's some coloring, different colors and fonts, and it draws your attention. It makes me kind of curious to read. Like, oh, what is this about? Oh, there's a quote. What is this about? You know? So it's organized really well. I do like the different colors again, organized really well and broken down into parts. Yeah, so a lot of these titles really catch my eye. So for example, on page 124, just really quick, self-trust, that already grabbed my attention because that's something I'm working on myself. And underneath self-trust, it says, I am worthy of my own trust. And that's like so important for me right now, and maybe to anyone who's ever experienced like self-sabotage, or when you feel like you betrayed yourself and you become hard on yourself, right? Like, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that. And then just like trying to like reestablish the relationship with yourself again. I know, especially for me with my situation, I have to like relearn to trust my nervous system and body, right? Otherwise, what it does is like the nervous system takes over trying to protect me, you know, because that's how we're designed. It's a design, I don't know, flaw. No, it's just part of our design. And so when we show our body and our nervous system that we are making bad decisions for ourselves, you know, our nervous system is like going crazy trying to like get us to like safety, and self-trust needs a little bit of alignment. And actually the bulk of my appointment today was learning to kind of reset my nervous system, because it was overworking to the point of it was actually causing harm. Like I was like attacking myself at that point. My nervous system was attacking me, kind of like cancer, but not with cancer cells. It's just your nervous system going wild. So the adjustment was very helpful. I think that's why I'm really sleepy, because my body's like, oh, I'm so used to being really like overbearing and hyper vigilant, and now I'm like, oh, okay, I can kind of relax from that. Yeah. So self-trust. So I'm gonna randomly turn to some pages, but I wanted to play a fun game, which was the reading roulette, sorry, where I will ask you guys to choose like a random page number, and we'll read a paragraph or that whole entire section or page, just for the funsies. I think I've done something like that before when I had the crystal book. I don't know if you guys remember that. There was a period of time where I had this crystal book, and every day I would, in the beginning, just as a starter, I'd be like, hey guys, choose a number. We're gonna read from the crystal book, and we're gonna learn about a stone, right? It could be anything. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Yeah, good times. Yes, it was fun. So we're gonna do something similar. So you guys, we can do that either by section, like, oh, do you want to just do chapter 1 or part 1? Because it's broken up into 3 parts. This book is organized. Actually, part 1, part 2. Yeah, part 1 and part 2, actually. And then when I was thinking of the 3rd part, it's like the acknowledgements and references. That was the 3rd part in my head. But anyways, there's really just two parts. Part 1 and part 2. Bye-bye. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and choose 2 topics or 2 pages from the book that I personally really liked, and I'll share that with you guys first. Maybe it resonates with you. In the past, I have talked about a term called sleep hygiene. I don't know if anyone remembers sleep hygiene. Maybe this is the first time you're ever being exposed to sleep hygiene, in which case, cool, I get to share something that I've learned, and maybe it can be helpful for you. And if you've already heard of this and hey, this sounds really familiar, cool, it's like reinforcing hopefully a healthy habit. But sleep hygiene is more than just like you sleeping. It's the routine. It's the evening routine. It's what leads up to quality sleep. So that could be, for me, I've set some boundaries. So some of the routines that I've done more recently is I'm doing my very best. Sometimes I have to make exceptions just so I can make things happen. But for the most part, my boundary is I'm trying, and I have an alarm on my phone. I'm trying really hard to limit use of electronics after a certain point. So something to consider, not the end of the world. To each their own, right? Everyone has different rhythms and different patterns in their life, different lifestyles, different responsibilities going on, right? If you're a student, if you're working full-time, what have you, totally understandable. But it's really important to just take the moment, maybe an hour out of your day, to just sit with yourself, think about your needs, your like sleep debt, for example. I think this weekend I'm gonna need to like be a vegetable. I'm gonna need to just veg out and catch up on my sleep, because that's so important. Yeah, I wonder if we should have like a stream session where like I can carve out time for us to do that together. Like you don't have to share like your specific life routine, but we could check in, like, hey, did you make progress? Did you identify anything that you've been meaning to but just never had the time and space to just sit down and like really give it that time and care. I want to do that. I'm thinking I'm really hopeful after today's appointment with my chiropractor. I'm like really hopeful. I know like 2 weeks ago or like a week ago I made like kind of like a little announcement. I'm like, y'all, I'm not sure. I need to figure some stuff out with my health, with my body, with whatever's happening up in my brain, with my nervous system. And I was like, I'm not sure. And I don't want to I don't want to hang a little carrot, dangle a carrot in front of you and say, oh yeah, this is gonna happen. And so I want to be so realistic and transparent and real with you, because I think that level of honesty and transparency is like so important, and it's kind of lacking, right? I won't get into it. I could, like how I see it in this industry, but it's fine. I'm just gonna focus on me and you and us and this space and this community. So I'm a little different, as you can see. I'm different. Yeah, no. I'm just doing things a little differently. I get it. It's not like the status quo. It's not the expectation of this. It's not the standard right now. So it is, but it works for me, and I hope it works for you. Like this honesty and transparency. I'm trying to keep a balance with that, right? Privacy as well as like keeping everyone informed. And I think that's really important for everyone to create these boundaries in their life with their relationships. So I'm trying to model that as best as I can. I don't know if I'm doing a good job, but we'll see in the long run, right? So yeah, I'm really hopeful because after today's appointment, I'm feeling like maybe I have a grasp on this after all. Maybe I don't need to go on this like long hiatus to figure out like what the heck is wrong with me. Maybe I don't need to do that again because I've learned. I think I can do this. So maybe in March and April, I can schedule some of these activities for us because I think it's so important. I know I need it. I don't know if I've mentioned this to everyone, but the body doubling, I always get it wrong. Hold on. Yeah, it is called body doubling. Sometimes I call it double body. Sorry, again, the words. Just like in the past how I've called cap, cut, cap, and I just... It's cap, cut, sorry. Yeah, so I always... there's nothing wrong with my brain, but I acknowledge it and I will address it. So, body doubling. I personally benefit from it. I also work really well by myself because of how I operate. Like when I study, I study in a very specific way that's really good for me. It's not the most efficient, but it feels the best for me, in which case I would like to study, you know, by myself. But I also have a system in place where it's really helpful when I work with others. So body doubling is where you work with others. You can literally, you're just next to each other, and it creates a space of like reinforcing like work time, focus time, and you still get like moments of like social interaction, right? And you can still feel like, okay, it helps with like reinforcing a work space and companionship. So yeah, body doubling, pretty cool. I'll try to fit that in, give you guys like plenty of time to anticipate and work that into your schedule. 4.0. Oh, okay. Yeah, so everyone's a little different, right? For sure. I can't remember I think I was like really young when when class was really easy, when I had a 4.0. I feel like my GPA, if you are talking about GPA, it was has fluctuated, but towards the end I think I really buckled down, and yeah, it was really important. Yes, it is. It is a common strategy for ADHD, for sure. So it's really good. And you just, I don't know, I feel supported. There's a lot of opportunity for sharing, especially if like both people are doing the same homework or the same, not homework, but like same class or content, like subject matter, then it's very helpful. But it's also very possible for people to do two separate activities just within the same space, just to encourage, you know, that productivity and focus and again, the companionship or the social aspect of working. Japanese. Oh, yeah, that's really fun. I love it when you can learn from other people who are nice, right? They're not mean about it. Or if you become that person, it actually reinforces your knowledge and understanding, which is really helpful too. So there's a lot of pros and cons to having someone more knowledgeable and also being the person who can share knowledge as well. That's my perspective. So sleep hygiene, going back to the topic of sleep hygiene, and went on that tangent. Sleep hygiene is something I've talked about, and then in the book, Inner Workout by Taylor Elyse Morrison, in her book on page 109, let me turn to it really quick. So a lot of things, right? A lot of things to look forward to. And so, yeah, I was talking about like how like sleep has been kind of really important. The sleep depth from previously, I got 7 hours of sleep this time around. So yay, 7 hours of sleep, not bad, but I'm still in depth because like the previous night it was only 4 hours. So yeah, so this weekend I'm definitely gonna be a potato and catch up and rest and take care of myself, and nervous system is just is doing its thing, resetting, recalibrating from all of the work that I've been doing. So I'll go ahead and just read this one page, page 109, and you guys can let me know what you think maybe get you thinking about that. Aha, oh yeah, the little poet there. They're just taking a little nap, you know. They're worthy of rest. They deserve rest. So the page starts off with the word sleep on the very top in the center, and then underneath it, it says, I am inherently worthy of rest. Yeah, you deserve rest. You are allowed to rest when you're tired or you're not feeling well. And this goes back into, like, for some of us, such as myself, and maybe you can relate or maybe you don't, I don't know. The feeling of guilt and shame and like, you know, I was trying to touch on it yesterday, the laziness, right? And this is where it's really hard to, you kind of have to like differentiate, like, okay, if I have sleep debt and I need like a weekend to just vegetate and catch up on what I need to for my own well-being, it just all depends on the individual, right? Some people are like really high functioning. Some people are more squishy, right? Some people are built like tanks. Some people are built like mages. We all have our, you know, strengths and weaknesses. And so for me, I know my health overall will decline if I don't get sleep, if I don't get good sleep. Like maybe 1 or 2 days my body will tolerate and adapt and like kind of like bear with it, but I know in the long run, if I continue something like that, I will crash and burn. I can feel it. Like it, I don't know if you guys have ever like stayed awake for like too long, like you just haven't gotten enough sleep and your head starts hurting, or your vision gets blurry, or you feel like you're just floating, or you feel like you're not even in your body. Yeah, I don't like that feeling personally. And that actually scares me. So I try to like rest, and sometimes that means I have to sacrifice certain things, and it's unfortunate, but you know, it's something I have to know about myself. And I'll get into it a little bit later, because there's something that is brought up in this book that's really interesting. So I'll go ahead and continue reading. What is it? What is sleep, basically? Similar to the physical dimension and its subdimensions, the sleep subdimension isn't focused on telling you how to sleep. Most sleep discussions center around logging a certain number of hours of shut-eye each night. The author says that they don't like to do that for 2 reasons. The first reason is that research suggests that the amount of sleep you need is significantly determined by your genetics. Yeah. Spouting off like a range of numbers isn't as useful as getting to know your own sleep patterns. So let's just touch on that really quick. This goes back to the subject of like every body is different. Every physical vessel, every, you know, from the way we look, from the way we grew up, from our habits, we're different. Some people can run on, and it's a thing. Some people can run on 4 hours of sleep, like by genetics, not by lifestyle. Now this gets tricky. Like how can we determine genetics versus lifestyle as well? That is something to be investigated. And something I've observed within my experience and journey and learning about how much sleep I need is I've noticed that within my own immediate family, there's two types, and I think I'm one of the types. There's one type where early bird. 2 of my family members are early bird people, meaning they sleep early, they can wake up at the crack of dawn, they're ready to get their day started. They're like normal, is, you know. So they'll sleep at like, you know, before midnight, right? They'll sleep at like 10 or 11. They're already winding down for evening around like 8 or 9. And then they'll wake up like, you know, 5, 6 a.m., get their day started, go to work or exercise in the morning, or do whatever they need to do to get their day started. And maybe they'll take a nap in the afternoon if they need, right? Later in the day if they need. If they don't, then they keep going, right? Good for them. They have the energy, they have the momentum. Yeah, shout out to the early birds, for sure. If you're one of them, awesome. I really admire that. I have been an early bird, but if I really think back, I don't think I'm an early bird. So here's the second part. What I've observed, the other type. The night owls, right? The night owls. The more I get my most energy, creativity, motivation at night, and I hate that I'm this type of person, but I am. There are days where, like, at night, I don't know, it's just all the creativity, all of the productivity just bursts out, and I'm like, I need to go to sleep. What the heck? Where was all this inspiration when I needed it at like 1 in the afternoon, right? Like, why am I getting it? Why am I getting all this burst of like creativity and ideas and productivity and energy at like midnight? You know, I should be trying to go to sleep. So different types, right? Different bodies, different. And I don't know if this is a lifestyle. I can't say I've tried to like change my lifestyle. I think this is inherently like a part of me that I'm like needing to adapt to and work with. Okay, Lettuce, you're probably an early bird, but you could be a early bird, but you prefer being a night owl because 3 a.m. motivate, right? But 3 a.m. that motivation, that the sleep realm. I have some theories. I need to read more and do some more research, but I have some theories on the night owl like syndrome or theory, and I'll share that maybe just for curiosity's sake. My battery runs out at 4 or 5. Yo, that is so real though. That is so real. Yeah, that is so interesting to observe. Okay, so really quick, my theory on the people who like thrive in the evening. This is the type of interdimension. Thank you. Same for you, but a lot of it is late night ADHD zoomies. Okay, so we have to monitor that. Sure, for sure. Yeah, we get that burst of like just ooh, you know, for sure. So this is my thinking, and bear with it, take it or leave it. You can disagree. I'm just gonna mouth is gonna make some words and say some things, and if you don't agree, that's totally cool. But this is just the theory. This is just my thinking, my hypothesis, actually. So when I studied or attempted to learn about like energy, right? Because I practiced a little bit of like meditation. I'm just like still super beginner, intermediate, kind of getting into that, you know, not a master or nothing, but and I observed it for myself, and I kind of came to the same conclusion. So again, it's very subjective. It's not a hard science. But maybe it is actually. Maybe if scientists measured the brain waves of people sleeping in a city, in a dense urban area, maybe they'll find some data that might support this. I don't know. But this is what I'm gonna say. When the city sleeps, right, when the vast majority of people are sleeping at the usual time, and then at night, when you're still awake, because you know you're a night owl or whatever, and you're starting to get like more like creative or like just more alert and more motivated to like write your story or do your homework or whatever, or go out and party, whatever. One thing I think is that because everyone is like going to sleep, and the mind, the brain waves are not as like active and like moving, and like thoughts are everywhere, it's like feels calmer. It feels still. It feels really silent, energetically or mentally, right? I don't know about you guys, but have you ever, like, it was one time, it was during the COVID pandemic, I walked outside into the neighborhood, and no, not in the neighborhood, like into like usually a busy street. It was dead. It was like ghost town, and I just felt like it was so quiet. Not just physically quiet. It was like energetically, like mental space quiet. And I was like, whoa. So that's kind of my thinking, is like, maybe I wonder sometimes if like that affects a person's like anything, right? Yeah, no, I totally feel it as well. When I did have to be an early bird for work and commute, and I would take like the early bus, right, so I can get to the office or whatever on time. Yeah, when you have to wake up super early, it's just so quiet. Nothing is moved. Like there's not a lot of chatter. There's no busyness. There's no the hustle and bustle. It's just super, super quiet and still. And for some reason, I feel really energized or powered by that. But I can't tell if it's like my genetics or if it's just the environment that feels so quiet, and I can actually like hear my own thoughts without like hearing everything else and the hustle and bustle of other people's like consciousness and like, you know, energy bodies or energy. Okay, so it's not much different. Yeah, so it's just interesting to observe. Like I said, take it or leave it. That was just kind of like a little thinking. Like, I wonder, does that affect anybody? I do know that being in nature is overall beneficial. Yeah, just something to think about, right? And like exactly what Trey was saying, Trina was saying, where it's like on the other opposite end of the spectrum, whereas if you're an early bird, you get the same quiet and peace just in the morning instead of in the night. So I don't know. Yeah, early bird, night owl. How do we make sense of that? Is it lifestyle? Is it genetics? You know, the author here argues that a lot of research supports that it is part of your body's makeup and needs, and how your brain is processing and compartmentalizing information as you are resting. And there's also the quality of sleep as well to consider, right? So someone can have like a super really awesome power nap and feel really energized after like a 30-minute power nap. That's happened to me, surprisingly. I used to take power naps that were really helpful. It was actually during my break. I'd have like a half an hour break. Or no, I'd have a full hour break and then use like 15-20 minutes for a power nap, and then, you know, go on about the rest of my lunch break or whatever. Yeah, really perked me up. So it goes on to say in the next paragraph. So first, research suggests that the amount of sleep you need is significantly determined by your genetics. So that was the first bit. The second paragraph says, second, focusing on the hours of sleep ignores the reality of time poverty. So they're going to talk about and define what is time poverty. Time poverty is the technical term for the feeling of not having enough hours in the day. This feeling is especially present for women, poor folks, and caregivers. When we look broadly at the ecosystems of care, there are community, contextual, societal, and cultural interventions that need to take place so that everyone can use their time in ways that nourish and sustain. But as you'll remember, this book's primary focus is on you and what you can control. So there's a part, I think, a little bit later that mentions, like, I don't know if it's this book or if I was reading it from somewhere else, but there was a person who needs like 4 hours of sleep, and they're good. That is their genetic makeup. So let's think about a person who genetically needs only 4 hours. That means they have a lot of time. They have a lot of time in their day, in 24 hours, right? They have 20 hours to you know, do the things, all the things, you know. Maybe even work a full-time job and then have time and energy to do other stuff. They're you know, what they want. Whereas like a person who might benefit the most out of like 10 hours of sleep, like 7, 8, 9, 10 hours of sleep. If you think about it, if a person like functions best when they sleep 10 hours a day, then they only have, you know, what, 14 hours left of the day to, you know, go to work and do what they want to do with the remaining time that they have. So I'm just gonna, because I'm not good with numbers, and I acknowledge that we all have different things that we excel at. So 10 plus, so if you work like 8 or 9 hours, let's just say you work 8 hours. So that's 18 hours. So you only have 6 hours to do like miscellaneous things. Okay, so if this is just an example. If you're a person who needs 10 hours of sleep, and then you work a full-time job of like 8 hours, that's already 18 hours gone from your 24 hours, and you have 6 hours. And those 6 hours, you might not even have time to really do much else. Like, you still need to do the stuff that, you know, maintains and sustains your life. And this is where the sustain and nourish comes from first. The sustainment is like, oh, you still need to do chores, maybe. You still need to do like, you know, grocery runs, maybe, if that, it depends on lifestyle. Now we're talking about like class and lifestyle as well. And this is why I think the book says that time poverty really affects women, poor folks, and caregivers, right? Because, you know, if I think it's suggesting that if in a traditional model where you're not a stay-at-home dad, then you're probably, you know, you have a little bit more time, whatnot. And so usually that the assumption is if you're not a stay-at-home dad, then the caretaking of in a family dynamic is going to be offloaded to the mother or what have you. So, but there are exceptions, right? I'm not going to try to rule out that there's, you know, I'm sure a stay-at-home dad can probably understand this concept just as well. And then for, again, like for poor people who have to work like 2 jobs, right, in addition to trying to get sleep and maintain their sense of well-being. So that is really interesting. I sometimes do feel like I am affected by this concept of time poverty. I try not to think too much about it. It gets into my head and I don't want to feel bad, but it is something I do consider for sure. Yeah, different family dynamics as well, for sure. So time poverty is a feeling of not having enough hours in the day, depending on, you know, your need. Again, if a person only needs like 8 hours of sleep, then they'll have a few extra hours here and there for leisure, you know, and whatnot. But that's kind of in a perfect ideal situation where you are getting your 8 hours of sleep, or you are getting that full amount of rest that you need. For example, I know sometimes I need more hours of sleep. I know this, but I have to compromise because of what I perceive as time poverty. So I sacrifice maybe 4 extra hours of sleep so that I can wake up and do stuff, you know, or something, right? Like we sacrifice the sleep so that we can quote unquote do stuff that we need to do, and that's usually what happens. Or worse, you have insomnia. God forbid you have insomnia because of stressors and life and just your nervous system and your body saying, oh my god, I'm stressed and I can't sleep when I'm stressed because I'm worried and I'm on alert, right? You definitely feel that every other day. Procrastination, yeah, and procrastination is a topic. That is a topic. Caffeine. Like I said, everybody is different. Like there's certain people who they're drinking black coffee. They're like you know, they're like 80 years old and they can still handle their coffee. Whereas a person who might have a sensitive stomach would not be able to tolerate the acidity of caffeine. You know, it might affect their stomach, it might give them like acid reflux, you know, so different bodies, right? Different bodies, different situations, different people, different lifestyles, different tolerances. I'm so sorry, it's too comfy. Oh my god, it's too comfy. It might be the music, not gonna lie, it might be the music. Yeah, it's getting to that time. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna be so honest with you. My vibe right now is sleepy. I'm sleepy while talking, so I'm trying to be coherent, but it's not helping. I'm only 70. I can still take my coffee with cream and sugar. Yeah. It's subliminal, Atlee. It's also the topic of sleep, right? We're talking about sleep. So yeah, I guess you guys might have had the time to read this little graphic that I was able to make for you guys. So yeah, sleep when you're tired, rest, yeah, don't push yourself, lounge. And then I feel like a lot of this, like with time poverty, I think if you experience time poverty, as sometimes I do, I think the best way to manage or counter or address the feelings of time poverty is through time management, right? Like, so sometimes this is crazy. I noticed that I do this recently for myself and for anyone who needs advice, like, oh man, I need help, Poe, give me some advice. I'd be like, I ask like, how much are you sleeping? Because they're always saying like, they're tired, I'm so tired. And I'm like, okay, are you sleeping? They're like, no. I'm like, okay, I don't care, but you need to like block out time to sleep. Like that's like the first thing, but that is like that's a non-negotiable. So it's really weird because then people are not used to that. And I'm like, yeah, no, I think you need to do that. So like a person has only been getting like 6 hours of sleep, or like 4, and it's just not enough. So I'll be like, okay, let's bump it up. I'm gonna just, like, I sit down with them, I look at their schedule, I'm like, I know this is gonna pain you, this is gonna hurt, but we gotta do this. I'm gonna block out 8 hours of sleep for you. 8. You're gonna get 8. Like, but then they're like, no, I was like, no, just try it. Okay, you're gonna wind down starting from this time, and you're gonna like sleep around, you know, this is the idea that you're gonna, this is the goal, right? It's not too idealistic, it's just a goal. And like, hopefully you wake up at around this time. Or what happens is, like, if you have, like, for example, if someone like works like a night shift or graveyard shift, you know, you're trying to like work that out, then, you know, they come home at this time, and they're gonna sleep around this time. So then, you know, you just kind of, it's time management. You just look at a person's schedule, and then you just like shift things around. So instead of like waking up at like 6 in the morning, we push it back. We say, okay, we're gonna give you, like, this is where you're gonna get extra hours of sleep. You're gonna wake up more at like 10, so you get that extra a few hours of sleep so that you don't feel as tired. See how that feels, and then, you know, adjust as needed. And then during this time, you're gonna have to be very intentional about your time. No dilly-dallying, right? You're gonna have to really block out your time. And that's time management. And I do the best for myself. I have grappled with this. I've had many systems. I've tried many systems for this. I've tried many. Yeah, and it's the worst when you can't sleep, though. That's like the worst. You have like the schedule, everything, but now there's another problem. You have insomnia, you have anxiety that's preventing you from fully relaxing and sleeping. And then in which case you need to integrate, you need to problem solve again. You need to integrate and address, like, why can't you sleep? Stress. Oh, muscle tension. For me, it was muscle tension. I couldn't sleep because I was in pain. That was what was keeping me awake. So I had to, like, okay, I'm gonna integrate evening routine where I stretch. And I communicated that to you guys. I was like, hey guys, you know, something I've been working on is an evening routine where I stretch, and then I feel more relaxed and I actually sleep better. And I feel like that's been working for me, right? Sharing tips and tricks. Does it work? We don't know. Try it. Give it a week before you say no, it doesn't work. But yeah, that worked for me. Will that work for you? Who knows, right? Maybe it's taking a hot shower, a bubble bath, I don't know, something relaxing. Maybe it's reading a book until you doze off. Maybe it's listening to music and then you doze off, right? Something a little different. Maybe it's, you know, reducing electronics for the 2 hours that you're gonna be preparing to sleep. Again, part of sleep hygiene. Trey says, listen to Quiet Storm by Smokey Robinson. The only time you almost slept in school was in middle school, and you're reading articles about sleep. It really affects you. Yes, and the reason, excuse, whatever you want to call it, the reason, the underlying cause of not being able to sleep also needs to be addressed. That is all, this all factors into like the whole, you know, your whole health, your whole schedule, your whole management, and figuring out you and your life and how you want to go about navigating all this. So it's a lot. So try to like break it down into like manageable parts. So try one thing first. Oh, wait, take a step back. I can't sleep because I'm realizing that even though I want to sleep at this time and follow my routine and schedule, you know what, there's something preventing me. There's a blocker. So I need to address this blocker, like gracefully, kindly, warmly, and not be hard on yourself. For sure, yeah. It's fine. It's totally cool. Like insomnia is a very valid reason for not being able to sleep. Like, you know, and then in which case it's, you have to look deeper. You have to reflect. You have to like analyze, like, okay, what is causing the insomnia? Is it the bills that I don't need to pay? I need to pay that I can't pay? Is it the stress of like, oh, my job or my industry is not doing so well and the company might flop? Like these stressors, right? So how do we release this in a conductive, like in a way that's like constructive, right? So journaling, talking, peer support, if you have a counselor or a therapist or a case manager, someone you can talk to, or family members to offload, finding activities to help you just get that stress out, whether it's to exercise, going to the gym, taking a walk in the nature, you know, doing hobbies that help you de-stress a little, you know, stress management goes into this as well. No, the green phone, tablet. Yes, I know what you mean. Everybody is different. I'm not judging. If you're the type of person who can like look at a screen and then like KO like 5 minutes after you turn it off, that's so cool of you. I have noticed for me the sensitivity I have towards the blue light, it does actually affect me. And there's the addictive component of scrolling or doom scrolling social media, right? The hits of dopamine, like ooh, something interesting, ooh, this, ooh, that, right? So, but if you have a better discipline, then that's great, right? Then you're not as affected. But for the vast majority, such as myself, I can be affected, and I've become aware of that. So then, you know, I wear blue light glasses, or I just, you know, have some discipline and put the phone down as much as I can, get away from electronics as best as I can, right? It's hard when you have like deadlines or school or projects and you just like, oh, you know what, today's the exception. I'm gonna allow myself to work until this time, you know, and get stuff done, and then, you know, go back to my routine, right? So just make that determination, make that clear distinction, and, you know, yeah. Ah, okay, I don't know what, I'm gonna look this up really quick. I'm curious. Ganga, what is this? Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. So you use recreational. Got you. You have a friend who drank 8 cups of coffee a day in high school. Wild. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Oof. Okay. If that works for you, I'm not a professional. These are your life choices for sure. I think for me, I'm really sensitive to medicine. I don't think I've ever told you guys this. I've just noticed that even ever since I was young, actually, I've noticed that. Even my parents noticed that. They're like, huh, you do really well without taking the full dose. I was like, yeah. So yeah, of medicine, like cold syrup or whatever it was. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. So like you can sleep because you know, the medication that helps you sleep doesn't affect, basically the screen time doesn't affect you because of the sleep medication. Right. Yeah. So this is interesting. This is really interesting because I think I'm speaking from a purely I should clarify as well, and no judgments, obviously no judgments. I think I'm speaking from a very what's the word? There's a word for it. I'm failing to find it in my brain, but it's like, I think I'm approaching this from a very like clean slate, meaning like I'm not including possibly like serotonin or what is it, melatonin, or like sleep medications or sleep aids, or recreational substances to help. So I'm kind of, yeah, so there's a difference, yeah, for sure. You know what? If it works for you, no problem, right? Like, don't fix what doesn't need to be fixed. A lot of work and time and energy has been put into figuring out what works for you, and if that works for you, then good, right? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay, so that is on sleep. Let's see. Oh, they talk about Albert Einstein as an example in the book, and it's really interesting. Okay, so this is actually maybe insightful. Page 112. It's still on the topic of sleep. We're trying to get sleepy. No, wake up. So this is on page 112, and it's really cute. This little title on the top, it says practices for snuggling up to the sleep subdimension. It's just kind of a cozy way of saying, all right, here are some like practices for sleep. Oh no, is it not letting you chat? I was wondering, I was like, what's going on? I'm like missing some of y'all's messages. I was like, are you guys just lurking? Are you doing I don't want to be nosy. I wonder what it is. I'm not sure if actually, I want to troubleshoot this really quick. I want to know if I I'm pretty sure I just kept it on the standard moderation. Oh no. Let me see something. I'm pretty sure the moderation, oh no. Does it allow you to copy and paste? Like does it still show the message that you tried to send and it just didn't send? And are you like able to copy and paste it? Is it like this? Oh, right. Okay, I'm wondering if it has anything to do with the moderation, but like let me just double check really quick. I'm gonna look on to the next stream. Let me see if there's like a moderation bit, and let me just double check. Okay. So basically I have it where comments are on, subscribers are members. The moderation is basic, meaning it only holds potentially inappropriate comments. It's not on strict. It's not on none. If you push send, it appears, but if I reload, the chat is gone. Yeah, I don't know. Is it the moderation is basic, meaning it's not strict, and I doubt anything you guys are saying is that bad. I'm afraid to. I can't tell if the chat that's being sent, like the message is being sent, is being filtered through the moderation, or if it's just not sending because of YouTube. Okay. Trying to think. So the upcoming stream is also just basic moderation, so I'm not thinking it's moderation, but let me just check. I'm gonna check something really quick. Just want to make sure. Yeah, the moderation for all of my streams has been basic, so it's not a moderation issue. It's not YouTube yeeting your guys' messages. It's just being weird. Okay. Tiny messages that don't really mean anything. Yeah. That's so funny. That is so weird. I don't know how to fix that. Darn it, YouTube. Why? What's going on? Why are you doing this? Not sure. And I wanted to look into the blackout or whatever happened to YouTube. Something happened there. Some messages are held back by automod. Oh, and you can see them. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, so you can actually approve them. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, yeah. But then the messages are just gone. Just deleted. Like banned to the shadow realm. Is it just pray it works? Oh my god, that's so weird. Yeah, and all this time, forgive me. Sometimes because I know you guys are like really, very, what is the word? Proactive, and it really helps with the conversation. But other times when the messages are being eaten, and I'm just wondering, oh, maybe you guys are just listening. You know, maybe you're treating this like a podcast. In which case, I'll just yap. You know, I'll be here. Don't worry, I'm still here. But like, so it's hard for me to like know what's going on. But oh my gosh, that's not cool. I want to read your guys' comments. It helps a lot. Oh wow, it's been going on for months. Wild. Very weird. Huh. I'm not sure. I'm wondering if it's actually something within my setup. So I recently integrated so the messages that I see are messages I can see from Twitch and YouTube. So basically I have this this app, this program that helps me see both messages from YouTube and Twitch. But I mean, Twitch is kind of dead, so I guess maybe I don't need this. Maybe I can just focus on YouTube instead, YouTube chat, because that's where all the activity is happening. I wonder if it's that. I wonder if it's that. I'm trying to troubleshoot with you guys. It's other, okay, it's happening in other chats and with other people. Okay. If that's the case, then that's just that's very much a YouTube thing. Okay. I have heard that if you log out of your YouTube and then you like re-log into your account, it can help. It like resets it. Maybe, I don't know if like resetting the cache or the browser or whatever the app helps. Yeah, that's no fun. That's no fun. Because I was trying to think like, if it's recent, I wonder if it's the app that I'm using that helps me integrate both of the chats from Twitch and YouTube. But if that's not the case, then yeah, because then you have to like pull up your password and then re-log in, and then it like, you know, resets, and it's a bit of work. It's a bit of a thing to do for sure. You've seen others just switch accounts to continue chatting. Yeah. It really is just random messages. Shadow ban. Oh. AI? What? Oh my gosh, are they like training AI? But then like why? But that still doesn't make sense because we're not, the keywords for the AI is like so off then, because I don't unless you guys are talking about like the horrors of the human society. Oh my gosh, that is actually very unsettling. Like a marshmallow? Huh. Yeah. Like marshmallow, I guess, where you can, oh no, but marshmallow, believe it or not, yeah, marshmallow, where you can send anonymous messages, it has like an AI filter. It does help with that. I don't know how it works, but I think it's just already working, so I don't. There are a few messages that come in, but you know, they're still manageable. You're not writing essays here. Yeah! yeah, y'all are going crazy, and I'm just, the AI or the filter is just protecting me. Speculations. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I appreciate y'all listening and tuning in. I mean, it's more fun when I get to actually speak with you guys, knowing that, you know, there's some response and I'm not just talking to the void, but it's working. It's working. All right, let's continue while it's working, so I can hear your guys' comments and react, and we can have this little social powwow together. Oh my gosh, that's so weird that YouTube would just gobble up the messages for no reason. I mean, or maybe the reasons we just don't know. We're too woke. That's it. We're too woke. They don't like the woke. All right, so I was on page 112, and we're talking about practices for sleep. Shorten the gap is the title of this next paragraph. Poe chats with the void and chat chats with the void. Oh my god, that's so sad. No, I refuse. No, that can't be. That's so sad. Okay, shorten the gap. Many of us have trained ourselves to ignore our sleep cues. We yawn, our eyes droop, but we choose to squeeze out a few more minutes of productivity instead of taking our weary bones to bed. Bro, that's me right now. that's me right now. For the next week, determine how much you can shorten the gap between feeling sleepy and going to sleep. You might feel ready for bed at 9 p.m., but not actually climb under the covers until midnight. Your gap is 3 hours. Can you bring it down to 2 hours and a half hour? 2 hours, can you bring it down to 30 minutes? At the end of the week, take some time to reflect. What did you learn about yourself and your sleep habits through this experiment? What do you want to do with this information? Don't be discouraged if your key insight is that you're tired all the time. That's data too. Dive deeper. Define a good night's rest. There's no productivity when I stay up. Yeah. The thing is right now, I'm noticing myself and knowing kind of how I am. If I were to just like end early, or if I were to sleep now, I would probably wake up. So like, I would probably wake up in like around midnight or like 1 or 2 a.m. Right? So let's see, it'd be like 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. I would have like 7 hours of sleep if I slept right now. And I would wake up at like 2, 3 a.m. and I would be so confused as to what to do, and I would be groggy and sleepy, and everything would be weird. So on one hand, I'm trying to like, you know, be awake until, you know, a little later, then sleep, and then try to like reset it. But what's weird that I've noticed about myself is sometimes if I push myself to stay awake, even when I'm tired, I might not even sleep. Like I go into this weird state of like, I just won't sleep, and it's so weird. Like, does that make sense? Is that weird? Like, okay, so like, for example, I will have only 4 hours of sleep, right? But I still need to go about my day, and then I might take like a nap here or there just so I don't like crash. But then like, it's only like 4 p.m., right, or 5 p.m., and I don't want to sleep even though I'm really tired. So I'll try to like prolong and stay awake until like 8 or 9, and maybe go to sleep at like 10. But then when it's 10 o'clock, I can't actually sleep, which is weird, which is bonkers. Mine doesn't make sense. Like I wish, like, because like if I slept when I was tired, which was like 5 p.m., I would be really good. But then I would wake up at like midnight, you know, because my body's like, hey, yo, I'm really rested, I'm good, you know. And I think this is just my thinking. I think it's because our social structure is designed like this. Okay, bear with me. This is a stretch, but bear with me. I'm gonna read everyone's comments. I see it all. I see everyone's comments, but bear with me. Let me just finish my train of thought, because you all know how I am with my brain and my thoughts, and so let me just. All right. So my thinking is, if we were to sleep whenever we want, like no need to go to work and do all that, it's similar to like maybe how like people, I'm not gonna say cavemen, but like, you know, post-industrial, I don't know. Basically, it's like if you're like in a tribe, right? There's gonna be people who stay awake to be on watch, you know, for people who might, you know, attack the tribe, and you know. So in that kind of system and natural rhythm, you can kind of afford to sleep whenever. Literally, you can take a nap and then you can still be awake in the night. Why? Because there will be people at night still awake, you know, at a campfire or you know, sharpening weapons to protect and arm themselves, or doing some kind of, you know, work, you know. I don't know. I think it sounded better in my head. I see it visually, like I see people like you know, operating in this non-conformist system lifestyle. But okay, maybe I don't know if I communicated that properly, but yeah, okay, you've had discussions like this with real friends. Cool. So let me just back up and read everyone's chats. So you're glad that your body wakes up at the perfect time for your tasks, even if you only get 3 hours of sleep. And please, YouTube, don't eat this message. Cool. I think when you force yourself to stay up, the adrenaline starts kicking in, or it's cortisol. I do believe it's one of the, it has to be a hormone. There's something going on. I feel it. I just don't, I'm like, why? Now I'm stressed because like I stayed up all day so that I could sleep at the perfect time, which is 10 p.m., right? Like the perfect old person time to sleep so you can wake up in the morning the next day. But no, now my body won't sleep. So I'm like, I'm stressed. I'm like, why? I'm so tired, but I'm so tired. Why can I not sleep? So is it adrenaline? Is it cortisol? Maybe, yeah, most likely. One or each or both. I don't know what's going on there. You don't take naps and your meds probably wouldn't allow you to, yeah. Oh, I see. You're picking up what you're putting down. Yeah. So that is a problem. I feel like I can envision myself like going camping. Like let's just say I go camping for like a month with people. In which case, maybe because I'm more out in nature and I'm following the rhythm of nature and like the sounds of like crickets at night and like, you know, that I mean, this is research based as well. Like when you get sunlight into your eyes, it signals to your internal clock. What's it called? Wow, my brain is not working. It's oh my god. I don't want to call it a biological clock, but it's the circadian rhythm. Thank you. Okay, that was my brain. Woo! All right, my brain, I'm slow. The circadian rhythm. So actually it's really important that you, at some point in your life, in the day, go outside, get like 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes of sunlight or sunset, like light, like outside. Like your body needs to be in touch with like the natural rhythm cycle of nature to be able to regulate that the circadian rhythm, the natural rhythm. And I think I'm just kind of like relearning and reestablishing this in my brain again, that when I don't like get out for like an hour or 2 or 3, my body is like really lost. Because the fluorescence lights, it's just bright. It's just you know, my brain, my body can't tell it's a day, night. Oh, I'll just stay awake, right? Not in this weather. That is so real, though. That is so real. But that is so true. Like now, what do we do when it's like just winter and snowing and how does that work? And that's a culture thing. That's a convenience, because I'm also thinking of the. All right, I'm gonna do this justice. Inuit people, in more of the Arctic and subarctic regions, where they adapted to those conditions, the cold, the snow. Yes, the Inuit, yeah. Where they probably adapted to those climatic changes and they still have to survive and go about their day. Whereas like in our social structure, we are inconvenienced. We are inconvenienced by these things for good and for bad. Like there's some pros and cons, like, right? I do remember as a kid, I would go out and play in the snow. I would build snowman, you know, flop around in the snow, make snow angels, and pretend I'm ice skating and hope I don't trip and fall and hit my head on the ice. But you know, yeah, you're built for winter. It's the burning summers that make you hate leaving your house, for sure. Yeah, and there's like a lot of issues with weather that can affect. Yeah. They're really extreme example for sure. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I maybe that was a very, very extreme example for sure. I guess I just needed. I like to use extreme examples as like a contrast. Like if I could just adapt by like 0.1% or like 1% of like of this, like this is maybe not the best way, but if it's like really cold, I used to tell this to myself. I used to say this to myself sometimes to tough it out, or like I don't know if it's healthy or not. I'm still figuring out. When it used to snow where I lived, I would say things like, okay, people who have lived before me have probably suffered worse or similar conditions as I have, and I have, you know, modern technology and coats and boots and waterproof all this, and they had to hunt for their materials and clothes. If they can do it, so can I. So I would brave the storm, right? That's my mentality for survival. Like if the ancestors can do it, so can I. I don't know if that's helpful. I don't know if that's toxic. But you know, it built resilience. You know, like if my forefathers could do this, so can I. I'm strong. I don't know. Right? It helps me. it helps me take it outside of my own self-consciousness and insecurity in myself. For example, like if someone's just starting to exercise and like for me, like I'm really self-conscious, right? If I can just shift my thinking and say, wait, I'm not the only person who's ever done this before, like learning a new language even, right? Or any skill that you've never done. Just thinking like, if other people who have also been in my situation, maybe with similar limitations or otherwise, can do it, there's gotta be a path and option for me. I just have to figure it out. It's like a puzzle, right? Like trying to encourage myself in that kind of narrative and self-talk. Oh yeah. I've looked into a little bit about their lifestyle and how they literally survive the cold and how their body has adapted, right? And as a community, they have adapted and they live off the land and all of that. I think it's very genius. I think it's great. You're living in a desert, like how do they do it, right? I'll be honest with you, we have been given convenience for better or for worse. Yeah, and I hate to be the person to say this, but sometimes too much convenience is bad. And okay, here's the thing. Bear with me. Okay, bear with me. I'm not saying all innovation needs to go out the window. No. What I'm saying is, and this is actually something that I'm probably echoing from Dr. K, Healthy Gamer GG, if you guys know. Sorry, I'm just taking a sip of tea really quick. He's not like saying, oh, you need to throw out all conveniences and you know, go backwards. No, it's more like be aware that the conveniences, what they do, how they train and condition you. And I'm like, yes, actually. Sometimes inconveniences can help in the weirdest way. It just depends on what, in situation and context, sure. No. I don't promote that. But yeah, maybe I'll send that to you guys at some point. We can talk about it. But let me just finish this page really quick. 112, we're almost there. Dive deeper, define a good night's rest. When did you have the best sleep of your life and what made that night so restful? Maybe you were on a beach vacation, you lounged in the sun all day without having to worry about tending to any responsibilities. Pause, already there. It's saying you've been outside all day, so you're getting a lot of natural sun. Your circadian rhythm is being, told like, hey, this is the time of day. This is when you should be active. This is when you're resting. This is when you need to go to sleep. So that kind of helps with your circadian rhythm. And it's also, the sentence says that you have limited worries and responsibilities, so the stress levels are low. And they're saying, like, are these the conditions that allowed you to have a really good night's rest? And then how do we emulate or get to that, or, have that for a good night's rest? When you go back to your room that night, you set the thermostat to the perfect temperature. You pull the blacked out curtains closed and you climb into bed, which was just firm enough, so it was really comfortable. It was the best night's rest you've ever experienced. Now, ask yourself, what element of that best night's rest can you incorporate into your routine every night? You could plan ahead for the next day so that you're not distracted by thoughts of what you need to do or get done. Write things down, put it on a list, journal it, feel like, okay, I got it out, I know what to do. No, don't need to worry about it. Don't need to carry that with me. You might adjust your room temperature using a fan, a heater, or, have more bedding to keep you warm and cozy. You could use a sleep mask to block out light that could be disturbing your sleep. You could add a mattress topper to get your preferred level of firmness. Will your tweaks give you the best sleep of your life every night? Maybe. At the very least, they'll guide you closer to a definition of what a good night's rest means for you. So yeah, all these little adjustments, right? Freezing yourself helps. Yeah, sometimes being cold, and then can help. Sometimes if it's too cold, you can't sleep because it's too cold. Really depends. The only thing you remember is all the sleep lines from the best nights. Okay. weighted blankets have a huge improvement. Ooh, I love that. Yeah, I also have a weighted blanket. That I haven't noticed a difference, me personally. It is comforting, and it actually insulates a lot of the heat. It traps in the heat, so I'm more warm. But yeah, I can't pinpoint the exact benefits of the weighted blanket, but it is cozy, and I do feel like more grounded when I have like a weighted blanket around me. I do feel more like secure. The feelings of secure are more present for sure. But I don't know, has it affected my sleep? And for better, for worse? Everybody's different. So I'm glad that it has improved your experience with rest. That's really good. ASMR videos are guilty pleasure. Sure, yeah, it depends. Like sometimes, so what I've been doing recently is I've been listening to a Japanese podcast, and the Japanese podcast template is like this. So the girl, she says the sentence in English once, and then she'll say the Japanese sentence, the translation of it in Japanese 3 times, slowly, and like, you know, pausing between each sentence to say it 3 times. And then the background music is like really, really soothing. It's like, I think they are partnered with something like, I forgot what it's called, something beats. I think it's binaural beats. I think they're partnered with binaural beats or something, and it's like, or they're like working with that sound wave or frequency. Ooh, I need to look for it. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull that up for you because you asked. I'm gonna give that to you. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Actually, I have it right here. Yeah, it's really nice, and I feel like I'm trying to treat it more subliminal, if anything. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's called Learn Japanese Every Day. What is it? Japanese Conversations. Oh, let me see, is it this one? Let me double check if it's this one. I would go for that for the learning aspect, but I need your parasocial fix. Okay. I don't think it's this one. There's actually 2. There's 2 podcasts that I listen to. I'm just trying to find it. Would you be okay if you brought this up, if we remember, if I could bring this up as a resource when I cover the Japanese language stuff? I'll have to put that on my like little to-do list. But I do want to get it to you ASAP. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I'll bring it up then as well, but let me see if I can. I mean, I have it right here. It's just like, write it down. Okay. Yeah. This one is, okay, let me see if I can find it. Japanese conversation, there's a little bar. Learn Japanese while sleeping. I really like this one. I learn Japanese every day. I just don't know if it'll pull it up. Study materials for sure. For sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, so these guys are really good too. These guys are really good. I've listened to them. This one is Okay Japanese. I'm gonna type it here. This is not the one I'm looking for, but I found them and they're pretty good too. Okay Japanese is 2 guys who, it's like a podcast. They're talking to each other. Oh yeah, MIT, cool. Yeah, so these 2 guys talk to each other and it's like a conversation and you can kind of hear their different bit, and I don't know why I'm freaking out over here, but I'm freaking out. Why am I freaking out? Come back. I don't know why I'm freaking out. Okay, there we go. I'm back. So this is one of them, and then there is another one. But I don't know, I can't find it. It's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me. It will bother me though. because I'm that's one of them. Yeah, that's one of them. It's gonna bother me because I recognize that this is my perfectionism, but I do want to give you the one that I really want to do this one because I like it. Why? Okay, maybe if I look it up on here, conversations, maybe if I add the word podcast. Here's another one. It's by, this one's actually really good too. So there's 3. Lazy Fluency is another good Japanese English pod. They use so many Japanese English and talk about what's going on. Oh, interesting. Yeah, there's another one called, his name is Juro, Just Japanese. Basically the aesthetic of Juro is, it's kind of like warm tone, and his is really good too because he put in a lot of work. He has the English translation, and then he has the Japanese sentence, and then he's the vocabulary that he uses is displayed, and it also is categorized based on the level. So it's like N1, N2, N3. These are the 2, but there's one more, and if I don't find it, I'm gonna stop. But I'm gonna give it one more good chance, one more good shot. Let's see. Learn Japanese while sleeping. Please don't fail me now. I wonder if I can't. Oh, I found it! I found it! Let's go! Okay, because this was a pain. Because this was a pain. Yeah, because this was a pain, but I'm gonna send a link, and it's a safe link. I usually don't like to send links. I like you guys to just, like, be able to feel safe and look it up, so it's not like, oh, is that a suspicious link? But because this was such a pain, I'm gonna send the link because this is pretty clean. This is the one. Yeah. This is the one. Yeah. So many recommendations. I might have to come back to this and like document everyone's suggestions for the Japanese stream, so that when we go to learn together, we can like recall these and use them together and take a look at them. That would be fun. Okay, so that's the link. This is the one, Japanese Every Day. I wanted to make sure that you guys got this one. This is the one I listened to. I really like it. Yeah, I really like it, actually. It helps me listen to it more and kind of get used to listening. I need to practice listening and speaking. Yeah, so that. Okay, all right, moving right along. Oh my gosh. So that was sleep. We kind of covered, like what is sleep, and like what are some ways we can do that. And yeah, and we were talking about, while I sleep, I've been listening to the Japanese podcast, and it's very soothing, and I feel like I can just drift off to sleep while, trying to like listen and like, be familiar with the tones and learn something while sleeping. Again, music while sleeping. There's different vibrations and frequencies you can play whilst trying to sleep. That's interesting. I noticed for me, I haven't tested it, but I noticed that white noise and pink noise, I get anxious. I tried white noise and pink noise to fall asleep to, and I'm just like, no, I'm not having this. This is not. I'm anxious. So that didn't work for me personally. If it works for you, cool. But like that was not for my nervous system and my headspace. If it works for you, I hope it helps. Like, because some people can sleep to white noise and that static sound. I think at some point I probably could have, but like right now that's not happening for me. So bummer. I was really hoping that I could just fall asleep to white noise or something, but listening to is your main skill in Japanese. Interesting. Watching Instagram Reels is in other languages has been fun too. I haven't tried that yet. Wow. Something I wanna try. I have found a lot of like Instagram Reels where they teach you vocabulary, sentence structures, or like more natural ways of speaking in the language. That's been fun. but I haven't listened to like purely just like one specific language, like a Japanese speaker speaking in Japanese and like trying to pick up from that. I'm not quite there yet. Maybe when I get like higher in my speaking and listening ability, that would be a fun test, right? Brown noise. I think I tried brown noise. It was good for like a minute, and then I was like, wait, no, this sounds too much like pink noise and white noise for me. So then my body was like, no, it's not, I don't like it. But I was really kind of hoping that I could just find a hack and fall asleep to like any kind of like static noise, right? Like brown noise or pink noise or anything. But it just, I'm kind of bummed out, but it is what it is. Yeah, Japanese shorts for a bit. Interesting. Yeah, the algorithm will change. I'm not sure. I think it has something to do with the frequency as to why it's colored. This is not, I have not like looked into this. I think this was like my own rationale. I thought it's because like every, like, you know how like light has like a wavelength, and then that wavelength emits like a color, right? So like when if I understand correctly, okay, this is where big brain is happening. The way we see color is because that color is absorbed. It's either absorbed or bounced back. So shoot, now I forgot. It's basically all the lights, all the colors of the spectrum are being like hitting an object, and because of the makeup, the molecular, makeup of the object, it's either reflecting that one color that we don't see, or no, it's reflecting the color that we do see, or it's like absorbing. I think it's absorbing all the colors, and the colors that it doesn't absorb is the color we see. Yeah, so I think that's like me applying that logic to sound waves, but I never looked into it honestly, so take that with the biggest grain of salt. That is sodium right there, because I'm not sure. Hold on. Okay, now we should learn. Let's learn. Why are sounds colored? I don't know. What is the color of sound? Okay, now this is like a wormhole. Okay, colors of noises, science notes and projects, white, pink, brown, and more. The color of noise refers to the power spectrum of a noise signal. So I wasn't too off. I wasn't like completely far-fetched. It maybe wasn't as salty as I thought. The grain of salt is, valid. It refers to the power spectrum of the noise signal as a frequency, as a function of frequency. So here, noise is either ambient sound or else it's unwanted sounds in an audio signal. The colors of noise, including white, pink, brown, violet, gray, red, green, and black. Noise colors are loosely analogous to the spectrum of light. Okay, so logic checks out. Logic checked out. This is literally the first time I looked into it. I was like, it has to be something related to the frequency, similar to light. For example, representing the pattern of white noise as light would be akin to white light. The pattern of blue noise would be blue light, and so on. The exception is brown light. Here is a look at the colors of sounds, examples of familiar sources and health effects or uses of each color. And so this is like white noise, this is pink noise, brown noise, blue noise or azura noise, violet or purple noise, gray noise, other noises, sounds. Black noise is infrasonic or below the range of human hearing. Yeah, this is very technical. This is actually very technical. This is Science Notes, sciencenotes.org. You've said stuff and I'll believe it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, very cool, very cool. Very nice. Okay, so sleep. Yeah, I guess if certain sound frequencies help you sleep, that's awesome. Hasn't been my case, but like I said, I'm not gonna what's the word? I'm not gonna yuck someone's yum, right? Like I'm not gonna say, oh, white noise and pink noise are so invalid because they don't work for me, but oh my gosh, if it works for you, well, okay, you know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna be like that. I've had some weird situations where like I almost feel like I'm arguing, which that's not like my intention, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's a great graphic. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yummy noise. So this is also going back to page 109 from the book. What is the tastiest noise color? Oh, that is subjective. I'm not sure. Maybe we can fall asleep and I'll dream the answer. But so part of going back to this book, talking about self-care, talking about topics of like rest, and I chose these personally. So wait, I don't think this is page 109. Did I make a mistake? I made a mistake. There has been a mistake. A mistake has been made. A mistake has been made. This is not page 109 because 109 was the sleep page, but my brain did not want to listen to my intuition. Green? Yeah, I've never heard green noise. I was actually curious when I saw that. I was like, I want to hear what green noise sounds like. But let me, let's see. It's probably gonna be, it might be somewhere on page 64. So I'm gonna start on page 64 to try to look for where, the actual page is. 64. Discredited, invalidated, wrong, can never be trusted ever again. I think, you know, fact checking is important. I remember reading, I found it. It's page 79. Oh my god, 79. I gotta fix that later. I'm gonna fix that. So it's not, this isn't completely correct. I'm gonna just go whoopsie because it's not that. It's page 79 in the book if you ever get your hands on it or you want to follow along or whatnot. It's part of the physical dimension, and it's interesting because this is something I talked about yesterday about like speech and talking and words having like a power in the physical dimension, right? So we have like words being like a frequency, like a sound wave, right, hitting someone and affecting them. Yeah, like ultrasonic, and like this technology and equipment can affect a person. So why couldn't like the frequency and vibration of a person's words, right? How does that affect our physical? We take this for granted. I'm gonna be so for real with you. We take this so for granted. We take words, the things we say, the frequency of our tone, of our energy. We take this for granted. We really do. And the thing is because it can sound really like mystical and wooey, right? Like really like, but if I haven't looked into it, but hypnosis, if you think about hypnosis, it's about when the body, the mind, the nervous system is very receptive, and then you have like a prompter, like a person talking to you, you know, using their voice, using their frequency to kind of tap into like a nervous system that's very susceptible. And that worries me a lot. And that's probably the main reason why I don't think I want to seek out hypnosis or hypnotherapy. I'm sure it's very helpful. I'm fine with it as a practice that exists. My only concern for myself is that if it is abused, exploited, as we know it will happen, and a lot of like, you know, cult leaders and charismatic people probably use and pry on the this knowledge of knowing like, oh, you know, I'm very charismatic and whatnot, blah blah blah. No, for sure. It's not that you're hypnotized to doing things, not like those cartoons, but what I'm saying is like influence and how it affects the mind, and how like frequency when you're when you have your guard down or whatnot, can really kind of affect your state of mind and influence, right? But at the end of the day, it is also just your own decision as an individual to do and act on, you know, what has influenced you or what you perceive is your reality. But yeah, I haven't looked into hypnotherapy or any of that. I have heard it can be helpful. If that's something that has worked for you, cool. I'm open to like hearing about positive and positive anecdotal stories, because that's always very empowering, like seeing something work. But for me personally, I think I'm too anxious to try that as a modality. Okay. Okay, yeah. No, I think it is also very, very interesting as well. Yeah. I probably should look into it at some point if it's just my curiosity hasn't spiked to the point where like I really want to like investigate this. It's more of like, I'll just leave it there. It exists. It's okay. It's something, if it works for people, it does. It's kind of like if you're not interested in something, you won't go out of your way. But if you're like really curious, like, oh, I really like, I have to know. But for me, it's my curiosity for hypnotherapy is not at that point. I was more interested in EMDR. Like if I had to choose between EMDR and hypnotherapy, I'd be like, EMDR sounds kind of interesting. Like, this is really cool because like it's dealing with your like the movement of the eyes, and then like how that affects your brain, and then like how it's like disrupting, you know, the trauma and rewiring it almost. But I thought that was more fascinating. Yeah. I took a sip of tea. Thank you so much. I have some tea. Also, really quick bio break. I know we yapped a lot, and so yeah, check in with y'all. Oh boy. Alright, so this was in the book. It's on page 79, and I thought this was really cute and helpful, and you know, just part of like mindfulness, part of like self-awareness, thinking almost empathetically. You have to have some level of empathy or not. I mean, I guess you could just be like really sadistic, like, I know this is gonna like get under their skin, so I'm gonna say it because I know it's gonna get under their skin. So then that's not very helpful or kind. But so responding to the physical dimension, let's see, let me just read what it says. Oh my gosh, is that Clotho? Oh my god, hi Clotho. Hello. Welcome in. I'm so glad you're here. How are you doing? Hi. We are covering some topics of the book, Inner Workout by Elyse Morrison, and on page 79 they talk about the practice for responding with love to the physical dimension. I think that's a very fancy way of saying it, but so that's the title of the top of the page, and then the little paragraph says, changing how we speak to our physical body is a process of unlearning and relearning. I offer this tool, popularized by a British author and pastor named Alan Redpath, as a way to refrain your thoughts. Think before you speak, to ask to yourself by asking this. And I think so this book is framed in such a way where it's like self-help, so it's like you should apply this to yourself, like when working and establishing a relationship with yourself. But also I feel like this is very helpful for when interacting or dealing with interpersonal relationships, you know, for the purpose of developing and establishing more meaningful interactions personally. Okay, so Clothos, you're gonna do some work. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. Are on that grind. Well, thank you so much for tuning in, Clotho, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day at work, and I hope you're taking care, and thank you so much for checking in. I'm always really happy when I can see fellow colleagues and friends, and I'm just really happy to see you, so yeah. Thank you for being here. For sure, yeah. Yeah. Happy pigeon noises. Wow. Cool. Yeah, so there's like this, you know, so continuing with this page in the book, Inner Workout by Taylor Elyse Morrison. There is that quote, right? You think before you speak, and all of that, you know, like, do you think before you speak? And, you know, but I think breaking it down into this acronym is really helpful. So if you take the first letter of each word here, right? THINK. It should pass through kind of this filter, the system. And you should ask yourself, you know, before you say something, before you want to, you know, and maybe this can help regulate heightened emotions, like when you're really, really emotional, if you can, pause and reflect in real time and ask yourself these questions. Thinking about things. Yeah. So, you know, first you want to ask, like, okay, is what I'm saying objectively true? So we're working in two frameworks, two paths right now. One is like, this is how you speak to yourself, like inner dialogue, right? This is, the book frames it as how you speak to yourself, the inner dialogue. Whereas I'm kind of elevating it and applying the same framework, not just to yourself, but to others. So bear with me. So is what you're saying objectively true to someone else and to yourself? Like, are you saying something that's like a fact or an opinion or a suggestion, or, you know, call it what it is, right? Label kind of the general tone of what you're trying to say. Or is what you're saying a story that you've either convinced yourself is true? So for example, an example of like inner dialogue. Oh, I'm such a failure. Is that true? Like, is there like not one instance in your life where you made a positive impact, right? So and obviously it's not that black and white. So it's obviously not true. And what happens in a lot of cases, there's a lot of black and white thinking, right or wrong, good or bad. And honestly, many situations and interactions and cases is not always black and white. Yes, there are definite like black and white, like this is this and that is that, but there is so much in the gray that we just overlook, that we're not acknowledging. Seeing things as on a spectrum as opposed to like, or maybe even as a Venn diagram, like where is the overlap, right? If you guys are tired of the spectrum and the analogy of a spectrum, then think of things as a Venn diagram. Where is their overlap, right? Where is their overlap? So, you know, is this just something? And so how do we, and so part of like mental health techniques and strategies to help with like self-esteem and learning to, you know, acknowledge the nuances of our experiences, to kind of challenge some of the narrative, right? Try to challenge some of the negative thoughts and negative thinking a little bit more. And then in other interactions with other people, like, you know, when we say any kind of sort of thing like, oh, you're such a terrible person, you blah 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 blah. It's a lot more loaded than that. There's a lot more to that to unpack. So like when you say you never help, there's a lot more than what you're actually saying. There's more of like, I'm not feeling seen, I'm not feeling heard, but the only words that can convey my frustration is saying this statement that might not be 1000% true. Yeah. So is it true, right? Or is this something because I've also spoken to someone and it was actually very scary hearing them convince themselves that what they are saying is true when it was actually not true, and it was very unsettling. And I'll be so honest and for real with you guys, I am not trained. I'm not trained. I'm just trying to be a good listener. I was very speechless. I felt very helpless, and I didn't have the training to like navigate that situation where in real time someone was like saying something really not so good and saying it's true when it was just very black and white thinking. Like, it's just all or nothing. Maybe I should just say all or nothing thinking. It's very all or nothing thinking, and that's very dangerous. I get really stressed when I have to deal with situations like that, because again, I still don't know how to navigate that. If anything, I just allow the space for them to talk and express themselves, but it's very, very stressful. And again, I'm not a trained professional, did not know how to navigate. I just gave them a safe space to vent and talk, but like deep down, I was like, oof, that is a big yikes. I don't want to like try to change your opinion. I don't want to try to like convince you otherwise. It's a lot. It can be friends, it can be friends, it can be colleagues, it can be any any interpersonal relationship, honestly. It doesn't even have to be family, but yes, is it more often in family? For sure. Yeah, for sure. No, I wasn't trying to be therapist. Trust, that's never, I do not take on that role. If anything, I'll listen, I'll like do my best to try to like steer or guide or direct or counter gently, like, oh, well, you know, what about that one time you did something good? You know, like to try to like help, but like that's that was really very intense. It was very intense. Oh. Okay. Wow. Thank you very much for sharing that, Panda. There's probably a lot there, but the fact that you're acknowledging and allowing yourself to express this is a really good step forward. My hope is that for anyone such as yourself or others who may be you know, dealing with challenges in their life, as we all are, that you find the courage to eventually address it in your own way, in your own time, in your own pace and style, that honors your healing and that honors the situation as well. But yeah, for sure. Yeah. I hope you're finding resources in being able to feel that you're not alone and you're connected, and that, you know, you have resources available to you, and how to navigate that. And I think it's really easy to numb, to go towards that direction of like numbing, dismissing, and maybe for a little while you do need to do that. Maybe for a period of time you need to just create some distance, give yourself that space and time, you know, just to process it in your mind and body. But at the end of the day, I think the right thing to do is find some way to resolve it. I'm in a similar situation. It's been a long time coming, so I can kind of relate. I don't know the specific details, of course, and everyone's situation is different. But I do appreciate you acknowledging that. So thank you for acknowledging. So yeah, for sure, Panda. Yeah, I want to honor that, and again, to protect everyone's safety and well-being, and keep intentions clear and impact very clean and clear. The impact and intention, you don't have to share, so don't do that. But if you need extra support, you know, the garden is a place. We have created a space where there's a little bit of shield from, you know, and you can seek resources, maybe ask for advice from others, keep it vague. You know, that's something I do, that's a tool I do, right? I don't get into specifics, but just get feedback if that helps you. If that helps you, right? Sometimes I say like, hey guys, I have a situation where it's like, I'm not sure, but it's kind of like this. What would you do in this situation? Or have you dealt with this? Or what's your thinking? And it can help to get outside perspective so you're not stuck in your own head. Not to say that your own truth isn't real or valid, but sometimes it can help to receive and hear, and maybe your thinking is correct, but you know, having that validation saying, hey, you know, that thinking is right, and you know, just give yourself that grace to find the solution, for sure. So good job for being brave, and you know, acknowledging that it's not easy and that you are dealing with this in your mind, in your body, in your system presently, for sure. Deep breaths. Yeah, for me, I have to think about how things and events affect my nervous system. Maybe if you're more healthier or you're less, I don't know, what's the word, volatile, vulnerable. I think I'm a little bit more vulnerable given what I have expressed to you guys in the past. Whereas, you know, everyone's different, right? Everyone's different. But the more vulnerable you feel you are, the more important it is to check in with yourself and to do the work to heal, and so that it doesn't, you know, get into, you know, bad habits or bad thought patterns, you know, because it's all about our brain, the neural pathways that we're creating for ourselves and habits. So I hope that you can take some time to kind of like create space, but also eventually circle back and find the courage to find healing and resolution that you can accept or find closure with. There's a lot there. There's a lot there for sure. So going back to, you know, how do we respond in the physical dimension through words, right? Through what we say, how we can interact with ourselves, the words we say to ourselves, right? The things we say to ourselves, the things we say to others. Is what I'm gonna say helpful to myself or helpful to another person, right? Like the inner voice, the inner relationship, the relationship, the only relationship that really matters is the relationship with yourself. That is probably the root of a lot of things. Self-esteem, how we see the world, how we navigate the world, how we see other people, of course, how we see ourselves, how that affects our behavior. So how we talk to ourselves will ultimately affect how we talk and interact with others. So is what I'm saying to myself constructive or deconstructive? Is it building me up in the right ways, or is it breaking me down and pushing me, like, you know, rubbing salt in my wounds? Is it pointing me in the right direction? And then similarly, when you speak to someone, you know, are you building them up in the right in the way that they need to be built up, or are you breaking them down? Are you building them up for your own like selfish, you know, like manipulation? Like, is, you know, what's happening there? What's the dynamic, right? Is what you're saying to yourself and to others inspiring? Oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad that even just acknowledge it's not easy. It's actually really, really terrifying, because like anything, there can be negative feelings. I have felt it myself. Shame, fear, guilt, all these negative emotions will prevent us from even wanting to speak out. But once you just acknowledge and sit with it, right, that's when the work can begin, right? How far you go with it, you know, in strides, it's a work in progress, but you know, the fact that you are acknowledging, hey, this is something I'm dealing with, this is going to affect me, this is affecting me, right? I'm not gonna, don't deny, no, you don't have to deny it, you don't have to reject it, you don't have to be in denial, you can just simply say, this is what is happening, I am learning to navigate, accept, find closure, figure it out, you know, and then being aware of how it impacts you is just as important, because I think that's where we get lost, is we don't realize how it actually affects us. That was my case anyways, and maybe that's many other people's cases, because it's all psychology, right? It's all our brain, it's all our nervous system trying to protect ourselves from danger. And so perceived danger, you know, run, fight, you know, that's the primitive, most basic survival that we are designed with. And so in my case, my nervous system is going haywire, so I have to like calm it down. I have to be like, no, you're safe. And if you're not safe, we're gonna make sure you're safe, right? And we're gonna reinforce safety so that you feel safe. And for something that is bothering you, you know, depending on how severe it is, right? It can impact us in various ways. So how we speak to ourselves, continuing, how we navigate a difficult situation, how do we find healing, how do we encourage ourselves during difficult times, how do we find grace, how do we, you know, address it directly in a manner that honors the situation and ourselves and our boundaries and other people's. So is what I say to myself helping me improve myself, the situation, and others, or is it Or is it not inspiring and it's demotivating and a put down and unconstructive and very negative and toxic and just cruel? Is it cruel? Yeah, is what I'm doing to myself cruel, right? Not to put anyone on the spot, but is harming myself helping? You know, like, okay, yeah, you're being really hard on yourself, and yeah, I'm very hard on myself sometimes, but then that can manifest into actions that, you know, you punish yourself, you punish others, you know, and it gets into this weird psychology, right? So we want to try to not develop that pattern, and it starts with self-awareness. It starts with, like, is this how I want to be? Is this what can I control within myself, right? I can't control other people. I can do the best I can to set my boundaries, but when they're not respected, what can I do to protect myself? And maybe that means disengaging. Maybe that means I need to, you know, seek elsewhere to find healing. So, are the things I say to myself constructive, inspiring? Is it leading towards any kind of constructive improvement? And what does improvement look like, right? Like, what is baseline versus digging your own grave? Because, you know, we do that. I do that sometimes too. Like, I think, I'm doing the right thing, but is it though? So sometimes it takes other people's perspective, and in which case reaching out, asking for vague advice, like, hey, you know, I'm in this kind of weird situation, you know, what would you do? That helps. It can kind of give you perspective that you might not have otherwise seen, and that can lead to improvement, or at least different perspective that can hopefully maybe lead to improvement. If you get advice that's like not helpful, again, also need to identify when something is not helpful. I was gonna make a joke, but I'm gonna not, because I'm just gonna not. Okay. So actually, no, I'll reframe it. I'll reframe it a little bit. So someone trying to inspire improvement could say, hey, you know, this is hard. Do you have the means to get extra support? And what does that look like? Is it therapy? Is it a chiropractor to help with your health? Is it a dietitian? Is it a gym membership with was it not a gym buddy, but a physical therapist or a physical trainer, right? Like a workout trainer to help you, you know, with whatever your goals are with your health or your life. Is it a coach? Is it reading? Or is it someone saying, hey, you know, you should go to a party, get wasted, and, like, you know, wreck your schedule, wreck your life, wreck your body, wreck your mind, because you're already wrecked, so why not just keep wrecking it some more? Is that really helping? I don't know. But at the same time, that is often sometimes the case. So just be mindful of that. If you choose to be destructive, that is your choice, right? But at least you're aware of your choice. And if you later on decide, hey, I don't want to do this anymore, you are allowed to change your mind. Yeah? Yeah. I just want to acknowledge all of the things, right? I think when I took the peer support training, it really opened my eyes, especially with what was called, what was it called? Oh my god, brain fart. I'm so sorry, but it's really important. It was it prevention? Oh my god, it was harm reduction. Thank you. Okay, my brain. Reduction. Jokes aside, I'm something I need to be very clear and very firm. I set very firm boundaries, jokes aside. But everyone goes on their journey differently, and while I really want to shelter people, that might not always be the best thing. Me having gone through a rebellious phase when I was younger, and where I'm at now, I probably could have done without the rebellious phase, but, you know, some people have to learn like directly, right? They're a kinesthetic learner, meaning they have to go through the experience to learn, and no amount of sheltering can help them learn what they need to go through to learn, and that's the most painful part, and it can be heartbreaking. I just pray that when you get through that phase, that, you know, the harm is not so severe that it's irreversible. But that is all I'm gonna say. So I learned about harm reduction, and When I was younger and you told me about this, I would have been like, this is crazy, this is whack, this is enabling. But actually having gone through so much and then been really open to learning about harm reduction, I'm like, okay, if we can't like stop it something completely, at least we can reduce the harm. So I am very much for harm reduction in all regards, but yeah, harm reduction was something that was but again, you guys know me, I'm very what's the word, overprotective, sheltering. I want to like shield you from the harms of the world, but again, like I just said, sometimes we have to go through the uncomfortable to learn and be on the other side. I just pray that you don't have to be damaged to a point of regrets and stuff. Moderation is sure. Some people can't even do moderation. So for example, if you're diabetic, you're like type 2 diabetic, I'm not sure if, I guess that you could say like sugary foods in moderation so you don't die. Yeah. I have opinions, but I'll keep them to myself. So continuing with, speech and words and everything. Is it necessary? Is what you're saying to yourself necessary? Is what you are saying to someone else necessary? Or is it just feeding your own satisfaction and ego? So for example, if you're in a better place than someone else who is not doing so well, and you say something that's like inappropriate, just to like, I don't know, whatever, just to show off or make yourself, appear a certain way, but it's not really helpful. What is your point? Like you're trying, but you're not hitting the mark. So like, is there a way where you can like learn like the skill and the trial and error, right? And then same wise, like if you are going through a hard time and you're making it worse, is it necessary? So if someone is having a hard time, is it really necessary to point out all of their past flaws and tell them how much they've messed up, and maybe they'll eventually figure it out? Is that really inspiring? It really depends. Everyone, so something I like to say is a lot of things like comedy is an art. It's actually probably a science as well. Yeah, actually comedy is a science as well. Comedy is a science, as we know. I recently learned from Dr. K that self-deprecating humor is actually a very unattractive trait. Socially, there will be people who tolerate it. It's not like no one, will understand that sense of humor, but yes, absolutely. Tact and communication is so real because not everyone interprets. There's language barriers, there's cultural barriers and challenges, there's neurological developmental things. There's also just personal styles and interests. Like you might like dark humor, but maybe that's not my humor, so I won't find that funny. Maybe someone likes what is it, like slapstick, is that what it's called? Let me double check really quick. I want to double check it. Yeah, slapstick humor. Where someone else thinks it's like not their cup of tea, right? Yeah, and I think just acknowledging that, like, hey, I'm not really good at this, and there's ways to go about remedying that. So if it's hard for someone to read, and I'll be honest with you, I have a very particular sense of humor as well, and it's an art and a science, but it's mostly an art for me. If I don't understand your joke and you don't know if it's gonna land, you can always type /joke. I know, like it's not fun anymore because the joke has to be, told as you have to tell it, it's like a joke, but it can be helpful just so I know a person's intention. But again, it also just depends on what you're saying, the actual words that you are saying, and the type of humor that it is. So, right, so just like asking yourself, is this necessary? Is this actually funny? It's funny to you. Is it funny to them? Is it funny to in other contexts and whatnot? So lots of little things to consider. It's an art. Speaking art is an art as well as a science. Comedy and you know, trying to figure out what's the best way to navigate a situation and saying the right thing at the right time. And sometimes not saying anything is also okay. I think just being present, listening. And here's another thing with this is like, is the person, are you looking to be heard or are you looking for advice? Sometimes that's also really helpful to distinguish, right? So that helps with the, is it necessary? Because if you are looking, if someone is in need of like someone to hear them out and they don't need advice, but then you give them advice, the advice is not necessary, right? Because what's the point of the statement of you're trying to give them advice, but that's not what they want. So it's not necessary, even though you think it's necessary, and maybe it is, it's helpful, but if the person's need is to be heard and not given advice, whereas vice versa, if someone wants advice, then what you say could be necessary, right? There could be value there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. The social cues. It's also even more difficult for me online, more so than I think like a typical person. So you'll see me struggle. I try to make it into like a comedy, like a bit, where it's like, oh, it's just Poe like not understanding things because Poe is just Poe, and you know, haha, let's have like a good laugh about it without being malicious or cruel. But yeah, I just we try to turn it around instead of it being a frustrating an experience. It can just be like, oh, that's what you meant. Oh, okay, yeah, I get it, like that, and as opposed to be like, oh, like oh, frustration. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, and that's part of growing and learning and developing self-awareness, right? At least you're self-aware, and then you can do your best to think. I have to do it sometimes as well. I verbally say like, hey, I wanted to say something, but I wasn't sure. So I'm just gonna make a precaution knowing that I'm not sure if it's gonna land the way I want, or people are gonna disagree, and you can disagree, right? And I say something, and then at least you guys know that I'm aware that not everyone will see this way or whatnot. But very often asking permission and asking for what a person needs at the time is also very helpful when addressing the necessary part of the think, right? Because like if you're ready to give advice but they're not ready to listen, then anything you say isn't very helpful or necessary for that particular person or situation. That doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means that's not the time. That's not it. Yeah, they're not ready for it, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I feel really bad too. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you feel bad, then I feel bad. Just because it's weird, like we're all feeling bad. So yeah, because I think a part of me, and I think this is very human and very normal, we all want to be part of the joke. We want to be part of the laughs, but we don't want to be the laugh. We don't want to be the joke and be ridiculed or mocked, because that ends up being bullying, right? And then I also think that in the past, having had some experiences, it doesn't feel good. But I think the right thing to do sometimes isn't always making a joke. And I am very much that person that will be very serious, maybe to a fault. It's gotten a little bit better, but I think that just comes with like a little bit more. It might be a personality thing. It might be like a I don't know if it's a maturity thing. Leaves the least amount of ambiguity. Yeah. I do like that statement actually. Yeah. So like for example, I know this is gonna be, I've already been labeled a killjoy, so like whatever, right? Like I would rather take someone's like situation seriously, even though they're joking. Like say they might be like, oh, you know, like I just broke my arm, and say ha 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 ha, it's no big deal. Okay, while that can be seen as a joke and you're trying to, you know, bring comfort, but like for me, I would rather err on the side of like caution and seriousness in case there was more to it than that I'm just missing, and I would want to be the person to like pick up on that. But it's really hard because then there's always people who can manipulate that, right? And so that's the problem. I think where this comes from is from my environment. So I think having worked in like an office setting and in a medical setting and dealing with like people and just genuinely caring, and especially in mental health, where I think jokes have a place and time, but when you're trying to see, like for example, this is just an example, Panda, may I once again use you as my example, or anybody for that matter. If someone, okay, I'll wait for Panda to consent, and if Panda says no, I'll be like, okay, I'll find another example. But if someone were to come to me and say, hey, you know, I'm going through a hard time, and I start cracking jokes, I start saying, oh no, that's not true, you're lying, oh, you're such a funny jokester, that is so insensitive. Like, I do not want to be that person. But no, there are people like that. They'll invalidate your experience. They'll say it's not that big of a deal, blah, 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 blah. And you just will be like, oh yeah, maybe it's not a big deal. And then you lie to yourself because of what someone is trying to convince you. And then you feel bad and you don't know why. And then you're like, no, this still bothers me. This still bothers me. Right. And so then you're just like, okay, I need to get real. I need to stop this like superficial, like facade. I need to take the mask off. It is time to get real. Like, I can't be lying to myself. This is not good for me. And so I think that's where I'm coming from when I'm really overly cautious about stuff like that. Sure. But then like, regardless of the relationship, right, dynamic, it's the trust is that, like, you know, it's just, I've just seen it a lot, and maybe that's why I don't, I'm very particular about my humor, very, very, very particular about my humor. So I kind of don't really like self-deprecating as much. It's weird because I still do it, and I don't like it. I think I'm still working on the people-pleasing tendency as well, and maybe some people can relate. Also, hi King, it's good to see you. Welcome in. We're going over this page, and we're slowly making our way through this. So yeah, asking yourself, is it necessary in the context of like, are they looking for advice? Are they looking for someone to listen? Is what I'm about to say, you know, necessary? Because if I'm gonna give advice and they're not looking for advice, then yeah, in some sense that's not necessary. But you know. You feel that people need to be more comfortable asking to get what they want, and then critiquing things, asking and critiquing things to get what you want. Critiquing to get what you want? Critiquing? Please elaborate. I'm very curious. Do you feel comfortable elaborating on what you mean by well, okay, I get the asking part. Like, you ask for something, like, hey, can you give me advice? Or hey, I need a different perspective. Or hey, I need someone to listen. Do you have the bandwidth? And then we have to also accept, like, hey, yes and no. We have to accept that, oh, right now I don't have the bandwidth. Can we schedule a time to talk about this? Or actually right now I'm going through so much, I can't be there for you as much as I want. And we have to accept that, right? If you do not feel like someone's humor, you can say it's not funny, and you say what you think. Oh, okay, right. Oh, I see. Yeah, like just standing up for, you know, like what, and then the person receiving can be like, oh, okay, so I'm getting to know this person more, and I don't have to take it personally, right? Right. Yeah, you can still advocate for your needs, but there's also like this understanding that while you can advocate for your needs, we also, as people who are seeking help, we have to, in a weird way, unfortunately, still accept that there are certain limitations that people have. For example, if a family member has no capacity to help with mental health because they never were taught about mental health and they have no idea and they can't show up for you for as best as they can, and it's just not enough, we can still accept that this is like a limitation, right? Yeah, there's a lot there for sure to kind of go over, but this is a good start. We've kind of laid down this foundation of like, you know, discussing our needs, our how we can interact, you know, what we say following these dimensions of care, right? Is what we're saying true to ourselves, true to others? Is it helpful? Are we helping? Are we, you know, what's the intention? What's the impact? That's really important. The intention can be good. The intention is almost always good, unless you're just like, no, I'm evil and I hate you and my intentions are evil and I want to hurt you. Then you're just, you know, you're just being very flat out about it, very straightforward. But sometimes it's mostly like, my intention is good, but the impact is not landing the way it needs to, in which case we would have to figure that out as well. Like, how can we get the impact and the result that we want? Okay, lastly, and this is very subjective, the kind part is what we're saying kind. Would I say this, like, so how you speak to yourself, is this how you talk to other people? And maybe it is, maybe that, you know, and this is what I was thinking, is that some people, like more recently I had an experience where someone said like, oh, in my daily life, in my country, in my environment, this is normal. This is the baseline. That is their baseline, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's someone else's baseline, right? And this is where a little bit of empathy, self-awareness, awareness of others, like you have to be not just aware of yourself, but you have some, I guess it's like reading the room. You have to be able to like know that. For sure. Yeah, I think I am the same, and I am actively trying to give myself the same compassion and grace that I would give others. It's really actually probably a toxic trait at this point, where I'm more almost too lenient to others and I'm not as lenient to myself, and that's not helpful. Actually, that's not very helpful. But you know, acknowledging it, working on it, it is a work in progress. So at least I'm aware and I'm taking the steps to address it. So how can we find ways to allow ourselves to be more kind to ourselves? There's a technique. You see yourself literally as a separate person. So you see your younger self and you talk to your younger self as if it's not you. It's as if it's a person. It's as if it's a person that exists outside of you, like someone else, and you show them care, and that is actually you. That is a technique you can use to start being, you know, showing compassion and grace and kindness to yourself, and then slowly realizing that version of yourself is you. It's your younger self, it's your future self, it's your present self, it's you. And they are very much your friend. And in that stance, in this framework, you begin to develop a relationship with yourself. That is very important, right? How you talk to yourself, how you think, how you take care of yourself, how you navigate your own thoughts, how you navigate and by the way, not every thought your brain comes up with is true, right? Sometimes we have negative thoughts. Oftentimes we have intrusive thoughts. I would say that's accurate based on my experience with you. Yeah. Past is the least favorite person, and you know, I think we need to give extra love and care to the versions of ourselves that didn't know better, didn't have the knowledge, resource, love, and support that they have now. And the sooner we can come to terms, find closure, find grace, find forgiveness for our past selves, the lighter we can feel moving forward. It also just depends. This is very contextual. this is very, very, very contextual. I'm thinking like if, you know, if you were just a very cringe person like myself growing up, you were very cringe, you know, can we forgive ourselves for being cringe? I think so. If we harmed animals, people, you know, how do we change? How do we heal? Is that who we want to be moving forward? You know, is that the best we can bring? Is that the best version of ourselves? Is that who we want to be? For some people, they don't even think. They probably haven't even thought like, oh, this is who I am. This is how I want to be for the rest of my life. I want to be a serial rapist, addicted person to XYZ, and I don't want to change because I have no hope. And then it gets into like this weird dooming mentality. It's like, you know, now you're just like manifesting that within yourself. And so like, I don't know. You always see yourself as a bad guy, even if nothing went wrong in the first place. That needs to be worked on. While it can be very helpful to get external validation, ultimately the root, and this is what I really liked about what Trey said yesterday, but like he was on the right track, or they were on the right track about like the root cause, right, of something. The root is your self-esteem. The root is the way you see yourself, right? No! Yes, please retype. I hope it, please don't get eaten. But yes, please retype. That would be so lovely if I. So yeah, it is a lot, and I think for the most part, I think I'm dealing with some pretty like normal situations and somewhat normal people-ish. Maybe that's being again too lenient. Who knows if I'm dealing with like a chronic troll or a chronic online person who trolls online as a side hobby. I'll never know, right? But in which case, get help. Okay, therapy and all of these hopefully will help you. If not, I don't know why you're here, except maybe just to be cruel, because cruelty is the point apparently in this timeline. Oh, okay, cool. Good to know pronouns. I am they, them. I'm all the pronouns: he, she, they, it, they, them. I have been called a he, him. That's kind of funny. I don't mind. It's I have a gender bend version too. We call them Pierre. I don't know why, but it's just funny. So yeah, I'm pretty gender fluid. Woo. You have a tendency that you've become more aware of recently. Okay, so there's a tendency you've identified and you're more aware of it now. Where you always think even very minor or inconsequential things make you evil or wrong, and you have to constantly remind yourself, okay, that is like an overactive, like, it's good and bad, like it's keeping you in check, but at the same time it's also like it's like an overactive anxiety. It's becoming like an overactive, there's actually a word for it. There is. It's where you're like so worried that you're gonna be like morally wrong. It's almost borderline perfectionism, but not. There's a term for this. I looked it up and it was like many months ago, and I was like, huh, okay, cool. But now I don't remember it. Shoot, I'm gonna have to think about it. But as we know, like anything overactive is not good, right? Even an overactive nervous system, heck, even like cancer cells, like what are cancer cells? It's just too many cells, and then it's like, you know, and then like diseases where, you know, your body's attacking itself right now. So you are attacking yourself, right? Oh, okay, good to know. Good to know. Okay. Yes. Okay. Of course. Awareness helps because you're like, oh, that's what it is, right? The next step is finding a method, a routine, whatever you want to call it, that's gonna help like address it. So like if you know you are a certain way, you know, you can kind of take steps to remedy it. There's a lot. There was like a little thing there's like a little handout that I got a long time ago where you like anticipate certain things and you write it all down, and then you have to like come to terms and accept any outcome that happens. That might help with, for a while I thought they thought, like, even the doctor actually thought I had rejection sensitivity as well, but then it later like didn't really, it wasn't consistent enough to be diagnosed, so I never got that diagnosis, but I did hear about it like one time in my life, and I was like, oh, that's so interesting they thought I had that. But yeah, for real, for sure. Yeah, Poe is Poe, for sure. Okay, good. See, self-awareness, very, very, it helps. And so you can kind of like, so what happens is self-awareness is just like the base, like the starting point. What you do with self-awareness is to help you, like, you know what I mean? How do I describe this? So self-awareness is just letting you know that this is what is the situation. But then you need a plan, right? So that's the second biggest step, is the plan. And then the third step of this whole process is following through with the plan and then maintaining, right? To live with your condition, right? Yeah. Great. Yeah. Yep. So because you know this is your condition, right? How do we adapt? How can we set up parameters for ourselves to give us the benefit, like the most benefit? And that's really hard because, you know, so like if you start at a debuff, you know, kind of following Dr. K's style of like gamifying things, if we are born and we start a game of life and we, it's a random generator and some of us are given debuffs right away, or we get the debuffs later, or we get buffs and then maybe the buff fades or the buff is prolonged or not, whatever. How do we navigate that? How do we work with our givens, our knowns? So that's self-awareness, is just identifying the known. Excuse me. Whereas if you don't even know what, you know, if you don't even know what class you are you a mage? Are you a mix of a battle mage? You can do both, you know, a sword and cast fireballs. Or are you purely like an alchemist? Or are you purely a wizard or magician? Are you purely an archer, right? Knowing these, that's the self-awareness part. After that, then you kind of know, oh, wait, you know, like because of how I am, I'm like this, and I need to, you know, for an archer class, I need a bow and arrow. I can't be whacking things with a stick when I'm supposed to be an archer, for example, right? My spells will not be as effective as a mage if I'm predisposed to be an archer. It's not like I can't cast a spell. I can learn the spell, but it just won't be as effective because, you know, the predisposition, whatever. Very good. Yeah, and sometimes that external validation is necessary, and then learning the communication skills to get that need met so that you're not just stuck in your head, right? Like the torture is being stuck in your head, for sure. Who's been a bit RSD trigger? Okay. Yep. For sure. Yeah, there's a lot of methods and to approach and honor, you know, these things, for sure. So yeah, again, knowing, you know, who you are, what you are. Oh, RSD, learning point, a moment to learn. It's called rejection sensitivity dysphoria. It's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, as a person who experiences this, from what I understand, rejection sensitivity, so like a normal person receives rejection, right? Like you didn't get the job, oh, I don't want to go out with you, okay, blah 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 blah, like any form of like small big rejection. And normal person is like, okay, they take the hit, they're like, oof, that hurts, okay, yikes, like, okay, I don't feel good, but then like it's kind of quickly resolved within the body and mind, and then maybe after like 2-3 weeks you're like, you forgot about it, right? Like you moved on, like it's, you know. Whereas I believe my understanding with RSD is someone who has this, depending on how severe it is, the feeling that of loss, of grief, of pain, of whatever is the negative feeling is compounded, and if not, it's prolonged. Like you experience the negative feelings longer than should be, maybe even months to weeks, right? And it's very intense, actually. It's like more intense than typical. That is my understanding. Similar, like when I was learning about the definition of like, what's the difference between complex post-traumatic stress disorder versus like normal like post-traumatic stress disorder, right? Oh, okay. So there's an added nuance to this. So it's not just rejection, it's like a hypersensitivity to even perceived rejection. So it's like, yeah, like nothing even happened and you're already perceiving the rejection, the potential, the possibility, and then that is a distressor. And it's so distressing to the person that it impacts their livelihood on a daily basis. So much so that is when the diagnosis would be given to you. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So I got like a part of it, and I do appreciate that you were able to help me fill in the gaps. I always appreciate that. It's very helpful, and it's very informative, because when I learn, I'm hoping that other people are learning too. You know what I mean? It's not just like, oh, you know, like they're schooling Poette. I hope that other people get a bit of a refresher, if not like a confirmation of understanding this new subject. Okay. All right, have a good night, King. Thank you for being here. Rejection is already bad enough, right? Yeah, but having it prolonged, amplified, and then that's actually when you get like receive the rejection. Like for example, you get the letter like, oh, you didn't get accepted to the college or the program that you wanted. Darn, right? Like, oh man, I was so high hopes. But I think the added layer to what is being discussed is also the anticipation. Right? So like a normal person would be like, okay, there is a chance that I could be rejected. There's also a chance I will be accepted. But for maybe someone who has a heightened sensitivity for RSD, the rejection, the potential of rejection is like, could be debilitating. Like it's disabling. Like it causes your brain, your body is using so much resource just to like try to compensate for in anticipation for the rejection, that you're fatigued by it as well. It's so stressful. It's a point of stress. Yeah, that I have heard that. That's a I would say that is a very extreme case, but that is RSD. And I think the reason why I wasn't diagnosed with it, they thought I was. They're like, are you you always need to be accepted? I was like, but then they observed, and and then the diagnosis wasn't given to me, but they had suspected that of me. But I don't think it was intense enough for it to be a distressor. So yeah, but I did learn about that because I was curious. I was like, wait, why did they think I was? What is this? I wanted to know what is my condition? Why? What can I do to remedy this and resolve this? And there are different techniques. I think, if I remember correctly, CBT or DBT. I think it's CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, can help with RSD, but there's also other solutions and treatment plans that can help. Communication will probably be very, very helpful in clarifying and validating a person's experience, so that they can receive the rejection but also find closure and acceptance and be validated, I guess is how I'm trying to reframe it. So like, it's kind of like being rejected and quickly giving someone a present and be like, it's okay, I don't know. Okay, for sure. Yeah, something to look into. Yep. Cool. Yeah, so how we speak, how we interact, how we think, kindness, how would I want the other person to feel, and then intention versus impact. I think something that's really been on my mind lately is intention versus impact. As I mentioned earlier, the intention can always be really good, and the intention's always like, whatever, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's what happened. It's the impact. Yeah. And that's where it's really difficult for people, because even though you have the intention, the impact might not be what you wanted, so everyone's kind of confused. And so there is a level of accountability and responsibility when it comes to impact, right? And that's the part that is probably difficult for many, and for all the right reasons, right? All the right reasons. Cool. I think, yeah, that is actually all I had. Lots of topics came up, lots of tangents, but it was super fun. Yeah, so that was a little bit. I don't know if you guys want to play the reading roulette where you guys name a random page number from, let me look at this book, and this will be the last thing we do for today. You can choose between page 6 actually, because page 1 relates to the table of contents, which I'm already on. So choose a number between 6 and 155 or something, right? I'm really glad. So page 6 to 155, and I will take a few people's, if you want to participate, if there's just a few, maybe there's like 4 or 5, I'll quickly read some of these pages, and it's what it is it's random. So someone just chooses a random number, and I flip to that page, and then we will read it. Page roulette, yeah. Yes, we did. Yeah, I brought that up. I think it was it was something I brought up. I was like, remember when we did this? And yeah. Okay. Random page. All right, 111. And feel free, if you guys are curious and want to participate, you can. We'll just take a few pages, you know. We'll go ahead and do 111, which is okay. Oh, it's really funny. It's actually the page after sleep. So okay. All right. So this is page. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go. So page 111. It's like cut in half. So I have to go to the previous page, 110, and kind of, so that it all makes sense. Page 66, okay, we'll get to that, yes. So this was, this paragraph on page 110 to 166, because it's like halfway. A sleep self-care symbol, Albert Einstein. When the artist or the author thinks of the genius archetype, they imagine someone with Albert Einstein's wild hairstyle staying up all night writing mathematical equations on a chalkboard. The real Einstein likely would have been fast asleep. Historical accounts say that he preferred to get around 10 hours of sleep each night. Author, I for one, cannot remember the last time I slept that much in one night. So that's not why I choose him as a self-care symbol. It was Einstein's napping habits that intrigued the author. So the author, Taylor E. Morrison, comes from a family of nappers. Growing up, her parents took Sunday afternoon naps. And when she'd visit her grandmother during the summer, she knew she would doze off in her lazy boy, or lazy, what is it? LA-Z boy? I don't know what that is. Is that like a sofa? Hold on. Do you guys know what that is? LA-Z boy? It's a furniture. Oh, it's like a little reclining chair. Okay. It's a recliner. Okay, it's like a brand of yeah, it's a lazy boy. It's a recliner. That's what I mean. I don't know. I just call it. It's a recliner. Yeah, it's a recliner. So she'd know that she'd doze off in the recliner, the lazy boy, while her afternoon television show were playing. While her afternoon television shows played. Once I moved through the childhood stage of resisting naps, I embraced them, and so did Einstein. However, his naps looked different than most. Rumor has it that Einstein took power naps in his armchair. He'd set a metal plate on the floor, and he'd hold something in his hand as he prepared to nap. The object would drop from his hand shortly after he drifted off. And then he'd wake up almost as soon as he fell asleep. They say Salvador Dali did something similar with the goal of igniting his creativity. Both men were power nappers. If you like the theatrics of the metal plate, feel free to go full Einstein with your next nap. You could also just set an alarm for 10 to 15 minutes. Circle what feels true for you after your power nap. And this is like a little activity. It says, I feel more rested, energized, or creative. So these are the 3 kind of little check-in points for you. So, recap. Einstein took naps, and he did so in an interesting fashion where he would be in his armchair, hold some object that would eventually slip from his hand as he's drifting and his muscles are relaxing and falling asleep, and it would most likely hit the metal tray, and that would wake him up. And I guess that was the alarm clock for him. Naps. Is that possible to integrate into your life? Maybe, maybe not. I'm struggling with it because of scheduling conflicts in my own lifestyle, I suppose, but that's kind of interesting. Okay, so that was page 111, or 110 to 111, because 111 has mostly this illustration, and it's kind of there. Einstein was the one who sleeps, right? Yeah. All right, we're gonna go to page 66. Yeah. Interesting, right? It's like they're real people. What? They're real people. Okay, so 66. Ooh, this looks really fun. I think this looks really, really fun. So, page 66, it's part of part 4 or chapter 4 or section 4 of this book. It's physical. Feel at home in your body. So, 66 starts off with, growing up, I didn't play soccer or Little League. Team sports were not my thing, but I was definitely an athlete. The dance studio was my field. Side note, I really wanted to quote the middle school paper where I, inspired by annoying boys who tried and succeeded at getting under my skin, masterfully made the case that dancers are athletes. Alas, it's been lost to time. So that's the side note. Whether you also dance, or you did karate, or played kickball, or lived for recess, or simply showed up for gym class, your early extracurricular experiences shape your narratives about these fleshy containers we call home. Nights and weekends at the barre, B-A-R-R-E. I'm wondering if it's like ballet, the bar. Anyways, nights and weekends at the bar, dancing equipment place, I suppose, taught me some of my earliest lessons about my body. I learned that my body was strong. She could balance all her weight on her toes and somehow still gracefully glide across the floor. I learned that my body could adapt. One day, I'd stumble my way through the choreography, but before long, the movements that once felt entirely too quick became second nature. I also learned that my body wasn't ideal. I was short. So I'm speaking, this is the author, obviously. Okay, so she writes, I was short, black, and developed curves. Not exactly the quintessential ballerina. Aha, so she is doing ballerina. Okay, so or ballet. She is a ballerina. Okay. So she wasn't the ideal, ballerina figure. Okay. One ballet teacher reminded me to tuck my pelvis. I was tucking, but my ample derriere didn't allow for the classical ballet lines my teacher expected. Fortunately, my experience with body shaming was mild. Unfortunately, my experience isn't unique. A search of the phrase ballet body shaming brings up a myriad of stories from people who went through what I did and much worse. But this isn't just a dance phenomenon. The shame we feel around our bodies relates to a concept that researchers call body surveillance. Oh, Derriere. Derriere? Is that okay? Wait. Is derriere like the butt? The booty? Is we talking about the booty? The booty? Thank you though. I appreciate this. That is my understanding. Like she's saying like her, you know, her curves weren't doing the ballet elegance and whatnot. So, okay, yeah, it's the butt. Yeah, okay, yeah. I haven't seen or I haven't heard this word in so long. I was like, is that the word that I think it is? It's spelled Derriere. I remember people using that word to refer to the butt when I was a kid, like your derriere, your derriere, your butt, your buttocks. Derriere. Wow, that sounds so foreign to me right now. That is so strange. That is very the tush. There's so many different weird ways kids would refer to the butt or the behind. Okay, so the shame that we feel around our bodies relates to a concept that researchers call body surveillance, or constantly monitoring one's body and being preoccupied with worry over how one's body appears in the eyes of others. This could be a specific other, like your dance teacher, or an overarching other, like the male gaze. One study of physically active adolescent girls showed a connection between body surveillance and body shame. Another study looked at college women who were athletes in high school and found that participation in sports and/or physical activity was associated with higher scores on the body shame subscale. Even if physical activity wasn't your thing, it's likely that you still picked up some body shame and body surveillance habits during your formative years. In Facebook's infamous Teen Mental Health Deep Dive report, 67% of respondents across the United States and the United Kingdom said that within the past month, they felt they had to create the perfect image, and 70% felt like they were not attractive enough. Dance class certainly wasn't the only time I wondered if my body should look different. Excuse me. In the movie Mean Girls, there's a scene where Katie, the main character, hangs out with her newfound friends as they stand in front of a mirror and point out the parts of their bodies they'd like to change. I used to think there was just fat and skinny, she muses. Apparently there's a lot of things that can be wrong on our body. In the movie, Katie hasn't been socialized to surveil her body, so she isn't sure what to say when her friends turn to her for her contribution. Oof. I remember a similar experience in high school. We had a small dance team meeting at an older girl's home, and our break time devolved into a mirror nitpicking session. I watched two girls who I thought were cool and gorgeous say the unkindest things about their bodies. The author goes on to write, I didn't take part in the nitpicking out loud because I was too busy ruminating. If they're ugly, what does that make me? Oh my gosh. Yeah, so again, body and how can we remedy this? And I think it's a perspective thing. Wow, that is a huge topic. Oh my gosh, that is a very, very big topic, and I feel so bad if I left it at that, but I might just have to leave it at that because we would be yapping for another whole hour or more on this topic because there's so much there. The male gaze is especially really important, and it goes into the. Okay, I'm gonna talk about it. We're all gonna be mature adults here, and we're gonna be responsible for the topic. I'm just gonna touch on it really quick. So, certain explicit content, as we know, is not good for the brain. And even more so, there are certain topics, for sure, a big topic, yeah. But I'll just kind of hint at it here, just to set the tone. so certain standards that are unrealistic are kind of being given to us as like baseline, when really, if I have to really think about it, a lot of the like models and whatnot, they're actually the exception. They're not like the common person. And then they try to frame the narrative as like, oh yeah, they are, you know, but so much goes into those beauty standards. It's really, really unhealthy and unrealistic. I did mention there was a content creator who suggested a really interesting was a thesis, I guess, like a statement, an idea, an opinion, which is the current beauty standards is actually caters to pedophilia. And like, hear me out, because I was like, you're gonna have to cook, sis, because I'm not sure what you mean. But like, you basically look prepubescent, right? So the beauty standards: hairless, young, really young, you know, infantilization, and all that. And then there's this weird dichotomy of like, if you're too young, you need to look more older. Okay, I'm gonna have to send that to you guys, because I don't think I'm doing a good job explaining it, but like, I'm gonna just leave that there. Let it sit, let it process. You don't have to react to it. Just, you know, formulate your opinions, formulate your thoughts, and then, you know, maybe we can come back to a discussion on this of like body image, perception, beauty standards. That is a huge topic. That is yeah, but it does make sense that the author would write about this, because yeah, how we talk about ourselves, our body image, how we feel in our body, right? I tend to want to focus more on the health component as opposed to the aesthetic and cultural standards of beauty. I think if you feel healthy and you feel good in your body because you're healthy, then that should be the standard. But of course, you can't sell a product. You can only sell maybe a gym membership with that kind of mentality, and then that doesn't make money. And what kind of system are we in? A money-making system. So that's not gonna fly, Poe. But I'm still of the mind that you don't even need a gym membership. You can work at home. Calisthenics, the park. There's certain places in the park that they've created like gym workout things. You know, it's really interesting. They've incorporated that in some places, but anyways, like in China, you see like these aunties and old people, like they're doing exercise on these little like machines that are part of the playground and park structure. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's in other places as well, I think. Anyways, we're gonna let that sit. We're just gonna let that sit for a minute. We don't have to respond right away. It was a lot. I've done a lot of marinating on this topic, but I still have yet to have the words to talk about this myself, but it's a lot. Let me see something real quick. Something messed up. Okay. I think they're conflating a few different things. In psychology, neotanous or younger features are attractive in many different contexts, like puppies and cuteness or youth. For sure. I do think the bar for when people sexualize themselves for beauty standards is getting lower, and that's very concerning, for sure. But it's not like it's the younger the better. Oh my gosh, yeah, bummer. YouTube strikes again. Yeah, it's what it is that's what I'm saying. It's just a hot take. What I think what is happening is they're trying to respond to like the current events, and that's it. But I entertain it in a bit, so that is also my bad. If it's distasteful, you know, we don't have to come back to this topic. I thought it was just very interesting because of how it feels feels a much larger system. So you're right, it could be separate. It's just really interesting to see it side by side, though. It's just really interesting seeing it side by side. But then now it gets into like conspiracy. Like, you know, like if that's not true, what's the science? But so we'll just leave it at that, right? Like I just thought that was a very surprising like jump, but I'm like, oh, I see what you're trying to cook here. Yeah, it's a perspective that I never thought of, actually. I think that's why I'm like still kind of like thinking about it, because I'm like, I am seeing things in a different way. That is a perspective that I never would have drawn, even given the current situation, like you know, with really powerful, wealthy CEOs and individuals. But yeah, I'm not saying it's fact and it's the truth. It's more like that's a different opinion that I was not expecting, and I'm like, oh my god, okay, I'm gonna sit with that for a minute, right? Like I was like, you're gonna have to cook for me here. But I was like, okay. Beauty standards, yeah. Okay, so I think there was one more page. Oh my god, we're gonna go one more page. So that was 66, and I read to 67. Actually, I read to 66, 67, and 68 just so we can have context. Okay, the last one is 81, page 81. I think that's why they're a content creator, because they are so good at hooking the reader and the attention, because I was like, yo, there's no hostility. There's no hostility. Oh, wait a minute. So funny thing is on page 81. Yeah, I scrolled up and I got you. That so because the book is so beautifully designed, page 81 falls on chapter 5, literally. So an entire chapter, like the beginning of a chapter, takes up 2 pages, and it says like the number like 5, and it's like energetic, work with your energetic cycles. And so it's like this very colorful part. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna read 82 and then like the first like bit at the top of 83, because that's where it like completes. So I'm gonna read all of page 82 and then complete on page 83. So the author writes, my heart raced as I tried to beat the video game my therapist was making me play. I'm not a big video game person. You might have grown up hopping over mushrooms and whipping around racetracks, but I grew up with a laptop that helped me practice spelling and a handheld game system with math problems. Real video games have always felt a little out of my depth. As if the Humpty Dumpty of my heartbeat reverberating through my body wasn't enough evidence, I was also hooked up to a variety of sensors which betrayed the fact that I was stressed out. Hi, welcome in, Rue. Hello. Hi. This wasn't your run-of-the-mill talk therapy session. Doesn't sound like it. This was biofeedback therapy. I've dealt with anxiety for as long as I can remember, writes the author. I tried to think of examples that wouldn't expose the full extent of my childhood nerdiness, but that mission was unsuccessful. The first time I littered was a heart-wrenching experience. My dad and I went to our favorite bakery. I was so excited about my brownie that I started eating as we walked back to the car. The plastic wrapping fell off, and before I knew it, I had a new identity as a litterer, person who litters. The fact that I committed the crime of littering ate me up. Then there's a time when my good friend, her sisters, and I put on a home performance of a retelling of Hamlet. I couldn't have put on a home performance I couldn't have been more than 8 years old. I'd read the children's picture book version once at the library and decided that this was the material for my directorial debut. Then the anxiety set in. What if I messed something up while relaying the story to my cast? What if our audience, my friend's mom, didn't get the play that she came to see? I kept inserting disclaimers about how this play may or may not be true to the source material until my friend's mom put me out of my misery and told me she was sure it was going to be fine. Also, yeah, Ryu, it's really good to see you again. Thank you so much for being here. Hi. We're just reading this little bit. So that was it. And so I'm kind of curious to wonder like why she brought this example up as the start of her chapter for energetic cycles. So I'm going to look ahead really quick. So I'm going to jump ahead a few paragraphs on the same page of 83. My biofeedback sessions focused on breathing. As someone who played the flute for several years, I knew a lot about controlling my breath. The therapy sessions taught me that I could also regulate my energy by regulating my breath. I experimented with various breathing patterns as the computer showed how breathing patterns impacted my body's stress response. Eventually, we found the length of exhalation that calmed me the most. My therapist showed me an app that timed my inhales and exhales so I could continue my targeted breathing beyond our sessions. For me, breath became a tool I could actively select instead of as a passive process. The connection between breath and well-being is not a new revelation. Science is simply documenting what cultures around the world have known for ages. I like to bring science into the conversation about energy because the more left-brained among us might prefer to dismiss energy as being too out there. It brings to mind conversations about raising your vibration with someone who asks you what time you were born within 5 minutes of meeting you. For the record, I don't think science and spirituality have to be separated. You can read the horoscope for your rising sign and read a peer-reviewed study. I certainly do both. That's pretty cool. I'm just going to finish this because this is really, really interesting. When scientists talk about energy, they talk about our capacity for doing work. In self-care terms, energy is our capacity for doing the things required to move through this world. For many of us, this includes going to school or to work, as well as doing the things we want to do, like trying a new restaurant with friends. The law of conservation, conservation of energy teaches us that we can't create or destroy energy. We can only transfer it. The energy you spent to have a serious conversation with your partner might mean that you have less energy to do the dinner dishes. That's your personal energetics in action. Yeah, I'm reading part of this book. In the chronic illness community, I might butcher her last name. Christine Miserandino? There, takes a couple tries. So in the chronic illness community, Christine Miserandino created the popular concept of spoon theory. She posits that healthy people have unlimited energy, or spoons, while people dealing with chronic illnesses wake up with a set amount of spoons each day. Yo, that is so for real. Pause. I feel that right now. Okay, continue. They have to ration their energy usage even for what others might consider simple tasks. So, this is cute. Spoonies. She's calling them spoonies. Are aware that overdoing in the morning might leave them depleted later in the day. To expand on Christine's perspective, I believe that we all have a limited number of spoons, but we're not each working with the same amount of spoons. The energetic dimension of well-being looks at how you access, balance, and harness the energy that you have. Yo! Okay, I'm gonna read 85 just because, okay, just because. Using the following prompts to engage with your energetic dimension. And here's the instruction. Observe 5 rounds of breath. What words would you use to describe your breath? Oh, this is such a, okay, pause. This is such a good journal entry, an activity for anyone to do who's like into journaling or has like a journal and is like writing about, you know, like observing and their thoughts, and do a little experiment. Okay, so first, observe 5 rounds of breath, and what words would you use to describe your breath? I've been working on this, by the way. I've been working on my breath, and it's helping a lot with my nervous system regulation, so this is like really cool to read about. Second, what was the most energizing experience you had in the past week, and why? That's very helpful to understand what energizes you or what depletes you. Okay, and then of course, you know, you can't have energize without depletion. So the third question is, what was the most draining experience of the week and why? Last prompt is, the energetic dimension has 2 subdimensions, breath quality and energy zones. Which one needs your attention today? Okay, it's really interesting because I think breath qualities like speaks for itself, like it's kind of evident, but energy zones, I don't know if she talks about energy zones. Like she does talk about the breath quality on the next page, and then she does talk about energy zones on page 90. Oh, this is so interesting. Okay, all right, but spoonies, okay, spoons, or like cups, I guess, you know, to that. So this kind of goes back to earlier really quick about what was it, this one? It's about time poverty and that last little bulletin point about time management. So it's a lot of little things, right? If you know you need X amount of hours, if you know you need 10 hours to feel your best, you gotta, that's kind of a non-negotiable. Maybe you can get away with 8, maybe you can get away with 9, but right, you feel your best at 10 hours. Maybe you can get away with like an hour or less, just, you know, for time's sake. But you definitely need to block that in. And then knowing that you have a certain capacity of energy, you know, how are you gonna invest? How are you gonna like, you know, spend your day? I actually do this. I do this without knowing that I'm doing this. This book kind of just literally is telling me like, oh, you're doing this already. On any given day, when I know I have only so much energy and time, I go to my planner and I block things out. I might space things out based on what I think I can do, and you know, I try to align it to reality as close as possible. Not idealism, right? Like idealism is like I can do all the things all the time, every day, right now. That's too idealistic. I literally schedule days where I'm resting and recovering because of my current health condition. That's I have to do that. So I know that helps you guys, but I thought that was really interesting. So yeah, so that was page 81. I did read 82, 83, 84, up to 85, just so that we have context. So yeah, so this is that is her introduction to energy cycles, energy work. And that is very, very cool. I hope that was informative and helpful and got you guys thinking. And yeah, it goes on 86, page 86 and beyond. It talks about the breath quality. She dedicates about 2-3 pages there. And then on page 90, energy zones. All right, sounds good. Sleep hygiene sounds good. I'll be wrapping up soon, so you're good. That is no fun. I was wondering about that. I was like, oh, you guys are so quiet. I'm assuming that YouTube is eating messages now, which is sad. For sure. I hope it was helpful, and you know, take care of yourself. I'll be keeping you in my thoughts and prayers. Feel free to reach out as needed. The garden is supposed to be a safe place, so we'll hopefully be able to have that there for you. Yeah, night night, rest well. Hi. Hi. Yeah, it's really nice having a little community, you know, people, folks, scholars that we can feel supported by and such. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. Yep. I can feel that, Antley, your comment about energy and management of energy, and you know, I think finding grace with that is really important, and allowing yourself to be who you are, right? So something recently that I've thought about, and bear with me, but it's like using an analogy, a comparison of like the animal kingdom. It's kind of, I feel like it's very, what's the word? Toxic, unreasonable, when you would expect a fish, you know, like a fish that swims in water and exists in water. I think it's very unreasonable to expect a fish to be able to fly, climb a tree, walk on land. You know what I'm saying? And through that, you know, through that kind of analogy, I'm able to kind of like give myself grace. I don't know if this will help you think in terms of that. I'm not, you know, there's, all animals are, you know, they're animals, they're good, and some people don't like certain animals, okay, but there's certain animals that sleep all day. They hibernate even, like bears, right? There's a period of time where they go into hibernation and they load up on their food and they sleep, right? Oh no, oh that's so bad, oh no, oh oops. It actually helped me. I guess that was not helpful for you. You're looking at cool bugs while lurking? Okay, sounds good. I'm not trying to, I guess it's not more like a behavior thing, but I think I get why that might be annoying, because you don't want to be associated as an animal, for sure. Oh, okay, yeah. So no. I think I get where it could be annoying, but to my knowledge, and I don't want to be mean, but humans are part of the animal kingdom, right? Oh my god. This is like a brain fart for me. Things of society, mostly people get too obsessed with. Oh. Okay, I'm good. Okay, science. My brain didn't forget science. It's a little bit of science. Yeah. So interesting. Okay, I think I get what you mean. Yikes. Okay, I don't know if I'll remember that, because there are some really interesting. There's some really interesting things I wanted to say about that, but I also don't want to upset or offend, but it's like, I don't want to walk on eggshells either, so I'm sitting with it. I'm sitting with you, don't worry. I'm not trying, I don't think I'm obsessed with it. It's like every now and again I'm like, huh, that's kind of, you know, I kind of like, I'm reminded of like, oh, how people try to act. Oh, that's funny. Human societal structure should be like lions or wolves. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, actually, something that came to mind was like, actually, animals or ants, insects, like hives, like beehives, and the queen bee. I actually kind of don't like. So, like, social structures such as like what we see in Mean Girls, which is literally queen bee, that's always kind of annoyed me. Yeah. You were talking about things other people do that annoy me. Okay. Sure, yeah. Wolves are really interesting if I remember correctly. The social hierarchy, if you will, or structure is like there's always that one leader, and they walk behind the pack, and they walk on the side. So when they're traveling and migrating, that's actually, so I like to study animals, like their behaviors and their you know, because I like animals, but it's not my point to like overlay an animal's structure, like their hierarchy system to humans, because that's also a little weird. But it's also kind of interesting at the same time when someone would compare a social structure to something like, oh, that group is like a queen bee, you know, like everyone just flocks around the queen bee or something, you know. That is interesting to me. I was like, oh, actually, but yeah. I see. Okay, cool. That's all good, don't worry. Yeah, I guess I just didn't want to, I guess maybe subconsciously I was trying to avoid ableism, and I maybe tried to bypass ableism with this analogy using an animal, because it's more easier to see it, because like we know like a fish is like an aquatic creature, and to like somehow request them to suddenly sprout wings and do something unnatural to them or to their like life organism thing is that's yeah. That's kind of the best example for me to attempting to play it safe, but I don't know, I can see a lot of things there. But yeah, so for example, if myself, I'll just use myself as the example, right? If I know I'm only able to utilize 20 spoons in 24 hours, right? Or I'm only allowed to use, or I know I only have 10 or 15 or whatever spoons of energy for certain tasks, and certain tasks takes like 5 spoons, and this task takes 3 spoons, you know, I have to kind of like, I have to negotiate, I have to sit down, look at my planner, calculate, because like you can't request me to do a task that requires 100 spoons when I only have the energy capacity of, you know, of 20 spoons. That is, I guess that's probably I should have used myself as an example, but I couldn't think, and now I'm thinking. I couldn't think of an example, so I came up with a more easier example, but I came up with a better example using myself. Yeah, so that's kind of another kind of an analogy that I've heard growing up is someone saying, if your stomach can only hold so much food, like this is your capacity, you can only eat 1 sandwich or 1 bowl of rice or whatever, or 1 cup of noodles. You can't, like, it's not reasonable to force someone to eat more than they're able to. It's also like that, so it's like, you know, biting off more than you can chew. Yeah, but it's valid. That is another perspective, for sure. Yeah, so energy, understanding yourself, understanding the task, measuring in your head how much energy it would take for you to do this task, mentally, physically, emotionally, and sometimes when you have a lot of things in the back of your mind, it makes other tasks harder to do, focus and energy and attention and other feelings. So yeah, we always see it in, you know, situations where depression is present and it's harder to do things, right? Because the symptoms or the energy that it takes your brain to combat the depression and that the battle that you're fighting in your mind and internally is taking up so much energy that doing anything else is just like, oh my god, like I've already been using up so much mental bandwidth just to like stay afloat and be, you know, present, that to do tasks can get much more difficult. And then those are signs to look for, like, you know, grooming, eating habits, sleeping habits change, and social withdrawal or whatnot. So a lot of little signs to be aware of. Okay, so not so bad. Definitely went over time than I anticipated. I think I need a nap. I need to sleep. So going back to self-care, listening to my body, it has been screaming to catch up on my sleep debt, but I'm just really glad that I was able to share this book with you. We were able to go over a few points. We were also able to talk about many other topics, which is not surprising because I tangent, which is actually one of the rules. Oh, so one of the rules in my chat is to try to stay on as focused as possible, because knowing myself and knowing how we always like riffed off of each other with topics and tangents, it's very easy. But I think the rule about like staying on topic is usually like some of the random people, like we'll be talking about something and that topic, the natural flow of conversation leads to other topics, which is great. But I think the rule about staying on topic is like, don't bring up something like really not helpful. Like I think this happened the other day. We were talking about a subject and everyone was on the same page. Some random person came in and says something about they're playing a video game. I think it was Marvel Rivals, and I'm like, wait, did I miss something? And then I gaslighted myself in my own stream, thinking like, wait, what? Did I miss something? And it's like, they're like, no, this person is just off topic. So ever since then, I've been kind of like more aware of like, oh, you know. But I think it's valid to say, no, you don't have to apologize. So Ali, you talking about like animal analogies being kind of a source of like, ooh, you know, like a yuck, is valid. That is okay to express. Yeah, that is still like not too far-fetched. If you just suddenly came in and said something like, I don't know, something random, but I mean, depends. Like, I don't know, maybe it's like a public service announcement or something. Yeah, for sure, Lettuce. There's a lot, for sure. It's a really good topic, and I did my best to kind of condense and pick and choose, but yeah. So I hope this was good. Yabba dabba do, for sure. Yeah. This is a really interesting book. It's got me I really want to look at some other pages and chapters. And again, if you guys want to, it doesn't have to be right away. If this ever like crosses your path again, if you're ever at a public library and you're looking in the self-help section or mental health section or psychology, you know, area of where the books are, and you happen to see this book and you're like, hey, this looks really familiar, and you want to check it out and borrow it, or if you want to get your own copy, it's a gorgeous book. I love this book. It's so aesthetic, it's so cute, and it's, you know, it's not a big book, but it's like perfect. I love it. So want to shout out to Taylor Elyse Morrison for an amazing book and being a really cool person, for writing this and sharing this with the world. And yeah. I hope you guys had fun, and I want to wish you guys a wonderful rest of your day and evening. Please rest and do go about your day as best as possible. We will be back. I believe I'm gonna try to keep taking care of myself over the weekend, and Monday, Tuesday, I have a lot of work to prepare for the next stream, which is something similar to this, but it's 1619 by Nicole Hannah Jones, I believe, yes. And I need to do a little bit more research and prepare some information on her and present. And if you guys do your own research on it, cool. Maybe we can share and exchange information. If not, we can just have a conversation like we always do, right? Yeah. Duh! Wait, did I say what? Stop, wait, did I say? No, tomorrow is so not Monday though, but tomorrow is not Monday, tomorrow is Saturday. to my understanding, what I remember and recall, words are just not. 1619 is like the starting point of like Black history. Some have argued it was earlier, but like it's a significant book. It's a significant book for Black history, and I'm going to have to leaf through it over the weekend and synthesize. I am actually still very much in the learning mode as well, so bear with me as we learn this together. Yeah. No, totally. Actually, funny enough, I actually caught that, and you got the response you wanted from me. That was like, I was like, no, we're not doing this again. The start of the stream, I don't know, Trey, were you there at the start of the stream? I did the thing that I did yesterday when I was like about, you know, continent and country, and my brain just blurped. And yeah, it took me like an hour. I was cringing so hard. I was like, yo, I'm wondering if Trey will ever come back after that. Like, I bet Trey thinks I'm like the worst person on earth. And then I had to, like, you know, similar to RSD, I had to give myself some time to process that. And then I'm like, okay, you know, people have done worse. I'll get through this. I was almost going to post a tweet like on social media saying, you know, I know Africa is a continent. I was like, pose brain. Countries in Africa. Pose mouth. Africa country. But I didn't know if people would get the joke or if it would be tasteful, so I was just like, you know what, I'm not gonna add fuel to this fire that I've started. I'm just gonna let it die. I'm not trying to poke fun at the ignorance that exists and my own fault. So yeah, I completely acknowledge that, and yeah, sorry about that. But as you can see, this is a thing that I do that I don't want to do about this. I'm so sorry, but welcome to my brain. I am like aware of it, but like, I don't know. Pacific nations, no. Oh no. Yeah, no, geographically, I have been directionally challenged as well, like north, south, sun setting, sun rising. That is a real fear of mine as well. Like if I were to just be stranded for whatever reason, right, and I had to find my way back to civilization, and I had to like figure out, okay, where's north, where's south, where is the sun setting, where is the sun in the sky, where is it heading, like, you know, all that, I would be very scared. Kiribati? What is that? Hey, yo. What? I gotta look this up really quick. Oh! Republic of Kiribati is an island country in the... Okay, words again. Bear with me. Micronesia sub-region of Oceania in the Central Pacific Ocean. Okay, I'm probably gonna make the mistake, but is that somewhere near Australia? Let me just map it really quick. Yeah, where is this in relation to what I know? Oceania. I'm trying to look at it on the map. Let me see. Lettuce is like, I'm looking at you. Okay, it is around Australia. Okay, because I'm like, Oceania is like that area, but I just don't know like where. Oh, I see it on the map now. Okay, so Australia is there, and then Kiribati is like, okay, so like north, like northeast-ish in that direction. Yeah. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, in relation, so it's like is the word adjacent to Honolulu, and then you keep going, and then okay, that is okay, because the world is round. we're on a floating rock around a globe. It's okay, it's okay. We'll forgive. We'll figure it out. We'll learn it over and over and over again. And if we keep forgetting, we'll thank God for technology and maps, because we'll just keep pulling up the maps, and we'll get it right one of these days. One of these days. One of these days we're gonna get it right. It's really interesting, this island. I was looking into the Sentinelese people, and that's in India. This much I'm like 99%, you know, I'm okay, brain's not farting right now, but yeah, the Sentinelese people, and then like the islands there, and I'm like, oh, okay, so it's like where India is, and it's like it's part of India, and it's like there, and I'm like, okay, so islands. So that was something that was on my radar recently, the Sentinelese people. Yeah. Yes, it's the isolated island people. Yeah. And yeah, don't mess. Oh, yeah. Really interesting. Yep, I think we should just respect them and not be a menace. I saw like this video earlier about, it was like in depth. It was more in depth. So there was this person, oh gosh, I forgot his name. But he was like Asian, and he was Christian, and he was like singing, and then he attempted 3 times to try to make contact with the Sentinelese people, and then on that 3rd time he's just like, nope, we don't want that. And the history is that like early on there was like another person who went to like another island nearby and just brought disease and literally wiped out an entire island of people. This like British missionary person went to this island close by to the Sentinelese, and then I think the Sentinelese heard about this island getting wiped, and then I think they're like, okay, we can't have that. We're not gonna have that here. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's some other weird social media influencers where like one guy left like a Diet Coke and a coconut, you know, as an offering, and then he was like caught by the government of India, and you know, I don't know how the trial went or what's going on there, and then there's been just other people being really ridiculous, and I think that's really annoying. But I hope that they just leave it alone, you know, just don't even don't worry about it. Don't. Yeah, it was pretty bad. But we've heard this story before, like American history, like the Pilgrims brought disease to the indigenous community in North America. Sorry, I was trying to think. Brain is slowing down right now, for sure. For sure. Yeah. Was that what it was called? The Columbian Exchange? You're the what is it? Historic expert, or you had a better history experience in your education than I did. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. The Columbian Exchange. Right, yeah. Lots of things were exchanged, like food and stuff. Yeah, the blanket, that is exactly what was on my mind. Yep, the blankets, it was pretty disgusting. They were sick. They were these people were sick, brought their disease, had no knowledge of anything, and gave their dirty blankets and got people sick. Yeah. Anyways. So, I'm gonna see. I'm not sure if I can think I can, but oh well. Gotta see something really quick. Nope, 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 nope. Don't think I can. But yeah. Oh well. You wish history had more career opportunities since it was your favorite subject in school. That's good. At least they had the excuse of not knowing medical science. Oof. Yeah, modern people have no excuse, 1000%. For sure, for sure. Yeah, that is for sure. Yerp. Yeah. Yeah, about the having more career opportunities in history. I mean, there is teaching, but then you would have to have the training to be a teacher, and apparently teaching isn't very lucrative, or it can be rewarding in its own ways, but it comes with its own set of stressors, and you're dealing with, depending on the age group, right? Is it college? Is it high school? Is it middle school? I don't even know if they teach history in elementary, maybe, or after school programs. Yeah, so there, I mean, I guess there's museums, right? There's museums, there's tour guides, if you know a lot of information about certain things. Yeah. Same. Yeah, I think I've been told that, you know, like I can give a really good tutorial and explain things pretty well, but because of the structure, it's a little suffocating, but it's also good and bad. Structure is good and bad, but it can be a little suffocating, and you have to do. Yeah, the money. It's not gonna, you know, pay the bills. It might not be able to be sustainable for in this economy, you know, for the long run. But and then you're also dealing with kids or young minds or young people. If you're not teaching at like a college or graduate, like higher level of yeah, yep, for sure. Well, I suppose we can just do the best we can, right? Cancer research! Henna as a hobby. What is henna? Oh, interesting. Oh, henna resources. The historical European martial arts information. Is that what henna is? Interesting. Yeah. Interesting that English is your, yeah, I think you did mention English is your major, and like trying to figure out like what to do with that English teacher. You could be like a tutor, you could be a writer, an author, an editor. There's still a lot of things that require good writing. Oh boy, in the day and age of AI that can just write things for you. Oof. Yeah. There's still a lot that can be done. Just because you have an English major doesn't mean, you don't have other opportunities available to you. Yeah, writing and analysis, brilliant. Love that. Very cool. For sure. I think I should sharpen up on my analysis and of course writing skills, right? Like, I think my analysis is it's still very like, I absorb a lot of information, and I can regurgitate certain instances and like facts and things, but yeah, analysis is its own, it's like coming to a conclusion, and there's a lot there. I like to watch and read other people's analyses. Yeah. Right. That's good. Lettuce says that they like to write. They can decently. Lately you just been unable to make anything that you enjoy. Analysis. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. It just don't know why. It feels weird. Analysis. Analysis. Sis, girl, it doesn't matter. You know, we're analyzing things. Sometimes, you know what? All that matters. That's how I cope. Analyses. Oh, bro. Analyses. I need to show you that video. She's like, I think she's from China, and she's like really funny. It's a comedy skit. It's aligned with my sense of humor. It's a comedy skit, and I love it. And she goes and talks about like the English language and her struggle learning the English language, and she makes it really funny though. Your research composition class was enjoyable since you got to choose a topic to research. That's always fun, right? Yeah, because you get to choose. It's not like the teacher assigns you like a subject that you have to, you know, do. For sure. Yeah. For sure. Cool. Wow, I'm super glad you guys were able to make it to today's stream, and then I got to share, you know, this. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up. But did anyone have any last comments, thoughts, anything we should revisit in the future? You know, any highlights about today's presentation, I suppose, conversation? Yeah, I think I should get some shut-eye, more sleep, because I've sleeped up. Yay! You're welcome. I'm so glad to be here, and I really wanted to take it easy and push myself to, because I almost wasn't sure I could do this, but I was like, I'll just take it easy. You know, it's gonna be fine. Fun and informative? Cool. Yeah, thank you all for being here. I'm glad we could have a cozy discussion and talk about and read, and I've always wanted to do something like this. So I finally get to create that space for me and you and us and woo, scholars. Okay. But we could though. We could so yap. But then I would just turn into mush, and then that's not healthy, and then I'm not following my own, you know, advocacy for sleep and whatnot. But there is a bit of dopamine or whatever serotonin that's probably being in my brain, you know, forming in my brain as we interact and receiving the positive interaction from people here, from you guys from here, being here on the internet and receiving positive interactions and whatnot. Socialization, woo! Okay, so yeah, I'll see you guys not tomorrow because that's Saturday for some of us, unless, you know, again, you're in the future, and then not on Sunday, but on one day, same time, same place. Hopefully I'll be okay. I'll be genki desu, right? I'll be daijoubu. Everything will be daijoubu desu. And yeah, we'll go over 1619. So yeah. So yapperdoodle. This is already Monday for you? Yeah. Go self-sleeped up. Yes, I'm gonna hopefully resolve that this weekend and feel a little bit better and take it easy and process all that I need to process. And I hope that you are able to as well, and, you know, get through all your books and all the material and homework, and you know, manage your time and energy and take care and everything. Nemasu. Ooh, nemasu. Hi, I just learned this verb. Nemasu means sleep, right? Nemas. Oh, why did I say nemasu? Nemas. To go to bed, to sleep. Hi. Nemas. I think that's how I say it. So someone says, oh, nemasu ka? Like, you're gonna sleep. I say, oh, hi, nemas. Yeah. Yeah, it is nemas. Yay, familiar. Yeah, we are just tapping into vocabulary. And so nemas is to sleep. The polite. I think the dictionary is neru. Let me just double check. Neru, Japanese verb. Hi, neru is the root, and yeah, and then 寝ます。寝ません。寝ない。寝よう。寝ないだろう。はい。Big sleep or else. Will do. Hi. And with that, I wish you guys all well. I'll see you guys again, hopefully on Monday. If not, later in the week. We'll be back. I'm going to take extra special care of myself so that I can show up on Wednesday, because I think a good workout will be good. So, Aunt Lee, I hope I get to see you on Wednesday. If not, no problem. I hope the Ring Fit has been helping out and motivating and having a fun time. But otherwise, yeah, I'll be here on Wednesday as well for the exercise, getting stronger. But yeah. We'll see you guys soon. It's going well. Great. Glad to hear it. Super awesome. Super stoked. And yeah, for anyone else, if you want to, tune in on Wednesdays, if you want to stretch, read with us, that's good too. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye. じゃあまたね。はい。See you. はい。頑張って。You got this.